Hello. We are back at it again with some House of Fata Morgana. Happy Sunday. Also, yes, we are going... Well, don't quite know yet, Archaeolus, but potentially. The last door was very wild. And also, we are properly on time, because as Jeremy pointed out on the Discord yesterday, I scheduled this for yesterday. But on the actual, like, stream schedule, I did want to stream today. Kind of interesting, as far as, like, streaming today, because today was the first time the first time in a while that I went to, like, go and work outside of the home, like, outside a remote. Let's not look at my luck in the Uma. Shush. So yeah, I am, like, fresh off the, like, warehouse job. We're, like, a bit sore. Actually, as soon as I got home, I chilled for a bit, knocked out. It was only just, like, an hour ago that I got up and took a shower, and, you know, here we are. Feeling refreshed, revitalized, ready to read some crazy-ass stories about, like, humanity. Anyways, though, I digress. Yeah, we'll see how we do. I do have to get up early, so this is probably the last time I'm gonna start stream at 7:30, at least for, like, a little bit. Chances are, like, next week I'm going to try to schedule at, like, 6:30, probably even 5, depending on how I feel. It's usually pretty hot around that time, so I don't really like to be, you know, sat down in my room, because room is in the, like, sunset position, so right around the time the sun starts to go down, it is actually very warm in here. Not, like, unbearably like my other room, but still kind of, like, rough. So yeah, I mean, thinking maybe, like, ahead next week we might be doing, like, some, like, 6:30 stuff. But yeah. Anyways, let's inspect our memories, hop right back to it. Last we left off, we finished our story with Jacopo. How tragic. And then after that, we were wandering around the mansion for quite a bit. We lost the maid. And now we kind of have our, like, option to just, like, check out every room, like, available to us. Let me lock this one in. We're jumping right back in. So, what if, like, every single one of these ends up killing you, and, like, the only one that doesn't is call the maid? Like, it's like, go to the entrance. You couldn't find the entrance, and you were lost forever. Here, let's see. Let's see if we can, like, look outside. Go to the entrance. You made your way to the mansion's entrance. There was no one around, nor any source of light. Groping through the darkness, you found the front door, which was sealed shut with a heavy bar. You pressed against the bar, but it remained firmly in place. The door did not budge, either. It seemed you could not leave the mansion. Burn the witch. Crucify the impure. When you made to step away from the entrance, you heard a muffled voice. You looked around, but were unable to determine the source of the voice. I've already said we might be the white-haired girl. It could be that, like, people are hunting her. We are looking at the workings of some sort of angry mob outside, potentially. Nor could you be sure whom you had heard either. Giving up on finding anything at the entrance, you decided to head somewhere else. Okay, pretty quick with that. Gotta say, it's like kind of strange today too. Like, I think because I had work today that wasn't just me sitting at my computer like it usually is, it feels like it's been so much longer since I've streamed. Also, hey yo Jeremy, how you doing? Good to see you. Happy Sunday, happy Monday. Hope your day is starting off well. Yeah, let's head over to the fireplace. It could just be because I've been waking up earlier too. It's like, oh, our days are longer because we're not waking up at like 8:50 anymore. Now I'm up here getting up at like 6 o'clock. You made your way to the room with the fireplace. What remained of the fire crackled weakly, leaving the room in a veil of darkness. Also, hello, Sky. The new co-roaster. Welcome to the Uma Musume Club. How to fix your sleep schedule. Yeah, Wagey Life. We are Wagey Life, and it has fixed my sleep schedule immense. Like and subscribe for daylight savings. Yeah, that was honestly kind of a blessing yesterday. I mean, we say like fix the sleep schedule, but I still kind of fell asleep at like 3. Technically. Because of daylight savings, I maybe fell asleep at like 2. So that extra hour maybe did me a lot of good considering like all the moving around we were doing. Also, hello Flash, good to see you as well. How goes the madness? We just started. We are just wandering around the mansion, so not too much missed so far. We have only stepped to the front door, heard some voices, you know. Maybe a little bit of madness there, but not too much, not too much. But yeah, we're gonna be like really healthy. Like, not to like toot my own horn, but like as someone who kind of only ever did maybe like, I want to say like maybe 6,000 steps a day. On like one like not nearly full shift today at work. Like I put in 17,000. Like that on top of getting early means like we may be in like the best health condition we've been in a long time by like the end of like December. Yeah, 17K. Yeah. Yeah, I set my clocks last night and went to bed at the usual time, so I just woke up an hour early and probably gonna keep going with that. That's good. Let us all return to normie sleep schedules together. What remained of the... Oh, and also let me go ahead and pin that comment as well while I'm here. I totally kind of glanced over that, talking about like normie life schedule. But yeah, thank you, Sky. Like and subscribe for daylight savings. Appreciate. Okay. Yeah, what remained of the fire crackled weakly, leaving the room in a veil of darkness. Also, for those who missed it, yeah, we just went to go check the fireplace after the entrance. The best walk is when you wear safety boots, which weigh over 1 kilogram and walk over 10K steps a day. I need to get myself some boots. I had some boots that I had like for airsofting way back in the day. No idea where they went. And I mean, they would still fit. You remember that you had awoken here. Out of sheer curiosity, you sat down in the rocking chair you had been asleep in. Creak, creak, creak. It was as soothing as a cradle to a baby, and in short order, you found your consciousness drifting from your grasp. Oh no, are we gonna fall asleep? The eternal slumber? It's like game over. Reading a story by the fireplace looks like this almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? The maid found us. I bet that's why troubadours perform at pubs, so they can be near the fire. Oh, maybe not? Oh, you're such a cynic. But that's okay. Say, do you remember when I first arrived here? When I was cleaning the library? Yeah, they make composite shoes nowadays that are just as, if not more safe than steel toe, but hella lighter. I love my steel toed boots. Yeah, I really like my steel toe boots too when I had them. Just like big boots, really. I think I've talked about it before, but there was this one airsoft like milsim event that I went to out in the desert. It was an abandoned airfield, and I remember we were doing some like exploration after hours when like everyone was going to sleep. Just like going through like the abandoned like hospital wings and like the hangars and stuff. And straight up, because of the thickness of my boots, I stepped on like a gigantic ass nail. Went straight through the bottom of my shoe, but it didn't even touch me. Like, it is boots are great. I need to go and get myself some good ones. Something as good as what I had before. Your eyes slowly slid open. Fragments of a pleasant dream lingered in the back of your mind. The crackling of a fire, the taste of a warm wine. However, there was nothing pleasant about the fireplace sitting before you. No warm, crackling flames. In fact, the brisk air of the room overpowered the remnants of embers left here. A chill ran down your spine. Afraid you might freeze stiff if you stayed there much longer, you resumed your exploration of the mansion. When the car tire rolls over your boot and you don't feel a thing, that moment is peak. Yeah! If only they weren't so expensive for the good ones, though, right? Yeah, I got a nice pair of hiking boots, steel-toed, and some snow boots. You know, I would say, like, gosh, I wish I could experience more snow in my life, but I'm also aware that it's, like, kind of a, like, gigantic inconvenience for those who live in it, because, like, what, you gotta, like, salt your driveways, clear, like, the cars, and clear the roads and stuff like that, or at least, like, the driveway to, like, get your car out, if you have a car anyways. Like, I like the idea of snow, kind of like how I like the idea of rain, but, like, eventually it, like, borders on inconvenience. Yeah, the good ones will at least pay for themselves with the years you get from them. True. And the way we run down our shoes, like, is kind of immense. Like, I have running shoes. Well, I don't know if it's even fair to call them, like, shoes at this rate, because the bottom of the shoes, I think it's called, like, the sole, right? The soles of the shoes are incredibly worn down to the point where, like, there's like holes in it that like I could poke and like touch my foot, the bottom of my foot, you know, like that type of, like, we ran it down in those shoes. And I mean, I still use them. They're not the best shoes, but like you won't catch, for some reason, I don't buy clothes for myself very often. I don't buy like boots. I don't buy shoes. I don't buy clothes. Like, I did kind of buy some clothes like when I went to like cons, because I don't know, something about like a Miku shirt speaks to me. But yeah, like, if there's one thing we're kind of a cheapskate on, we really, really wear out our clothes. Like, to an almost, like, crazy degree. Alright, go to the den. Like, I'm pretty sure I have some undershirts in my cabinet that I've had since high school. And that was quite a long time ago at this point. The scent of cigarette smoke lingered in the den. However, the room was silent. Not even an echo of the men's chattering remained. Something was moving. Billiard balls. Not gonna lie, I'm still wearing t-shirts I had since middle school. True! I think I've grown a bit since my middle school days personally, but I still keep a couple of shirts for like sentimental purposes. Like, I have like a couple of class shirts. I have like club t-shirts from like high school, early high school too. And then like, yeah, like just like also like sentimental stuff from like childhood for sure. But we wouldn't be like wearing them, I think. Like, I even have like my PE clothes from middle school just sitting around somewhere too. I think they're like in the back of my closet. I found like so much clothes that I don't ever wear when I was moving all my clothes from one room to the other. And I feel like maybe in the new closet, it's like easier for me to get to stuff. So I might be wearing new things, at least IRL. That has kind of no bearing to my VTuber model. Would like to get new outfits though. When the money comes rolling in, I would like to it'd be cool to commission some new outfits. We've had this one for a minute now. Yeah. There was no one present to strike the balls. They rolled spontaneously around the table. The paths they traced across the surface were rough and erratic, contrasting that of when the former master had held the cue. The spheres collided awkwardly with one another, not a single one coming close to the pockets. As an experiment, you pull the ball off the table. In response, the path of the balls became even clumsier. Having lost one of their targets, they began bouncing aimlessly off the cushioned walls of the table. Man, this house is so haunted. As you stared intently at the table, a man's voice rang out from somewhere in the room. Whomst? Can I just add accessories like a PNG and stick it around your model? Yeah, that's also an option, but... Call me bougie, but... I would like... a little more. I mean, we don't really move too much, like... Hold on. Like, how much of my model moves? I know a bit moves, like... If I, like, swing myself around a bit, it's okay to want more, yeah. Yeah, like, I have the gravity turned down, like, really, really low. But I know the things on, like, at the back of my, like... What is that? Like a cowl? Does, like, move around a little bit. Okay, let's put ourselves back in the right place. Back in the right place for reading. Is this Jacopo? Jacopo's spirit? Phasmophobia? Jacopo, are you here? Give me a sign. Spinning around, you saw a silhouette of a man. However, you could not make out what the man was saying. The man thrust his finger at the table. He appeared to want you to return the ball. You reluctantly placed the billiards ball back on the table. When you did, the balls resumed endlessly colliding with one another, never landing in any of the pockets. You looked up to find the shadow gone. Having determined that the maid was not going to appear in the den, you exited the room, making your way back into the corridor. Are we just gonna see a little bit of everyone here? Where their spirits remained after the fact? Like, Rose Garden might be... Mel? Maybe? And of course the cellar is gonna be Bestia. And who knows what's gonna happen in the library. Oh, there's actually, like, plants growing here. Look at that. It's not, like, totally dead. Look, your head's covered in roses. Yeah, that's Mel. 4 letters, that's Mel. What was the girl's name again? Mel and, Wow, it feels like ages ago. The yandere. The yandere little sister with the brother complex. You got petals on the book. This isn't mine. I can't afford to... Yeah, Nelly, thank you. Or Melly. Yeah, it was Mel... Was it Nelly or Melly? You could hear the sounds of children laughing. You could not see them. Regardless, their cheerful voices warmed your heart. You decided to linger there in the garden for some time. Along with the children's laughter, wafted a sweet fragrance. This is still the same, yeah, it's still the same game. It's so cool to me that it's, like, kind of anthology. You know what? Is this also why I, like, kind of really like Trails in the Third? Is this just like the visual novel Trails of the Third? Are we in our Gehenna? Are we Kevin? The wind blew, whisking flower petals up in the air. It was an enchanting sight. But after a while, the roses began to wilt. You could no longer hear the children's voices either. Yeah, there he is. The young man stood alone in the withered rose garden. As you drew nearer, you called out to the youth. But the young man did not appear to notice you. He merely stood there, staring vacantly across the garden. The youth muttered something in a lifeless voice. Man. Yeah. I mean, deserved, I guess, but also, like, man, just everyone in this mansion has gone through it. This wasn't what I wanted. I just wanted a normal, peaceful life. I can't bear being alone. I can't take this. Someone, get me out of here. Oh God, tell me that I'm not the bad one here. You tried to call out to the young man several times, but he did not seem to hear you. He simply continued muttering to himself. Before long, the youth's shadow faded into nothing. Unable to bear the chilly air any longer, you stepped back into the mansion. And now to visit the fucker bestia, wherever he may be, in the cellar, feasting on remains. When you descended into the cellar, you heard beast-like snarling. Along with it came a sour odor and the sound of ripping flesh. You could not see the beast, but that did not make it any less unpleasant. You made to retreat from the cellar. Oh, that actually kind of got me a little bit. But before you could, a shadowy creature lunged at you. You reflexively squeezed your eyes shut. After several moments, you open your eyes again to find a silhouette of a man standing in place of the beast. You and the shadow stared at one another for some time. You asked the shadow a question, and the shadow responded. Oh, that is like so much freakier than the whining from door 2. However, you had no idea what it said. The shadow seemed to be trying to communicate something to you, but trying to make sense of something you could not understand was pointless. Having no reason to remain in the cellar any longer, you made your way back upstairs. Go to the library. Alright, game, you got that one jump scare, but no way there's more, right? The smell of dusty books filled the air of the library. You approached a shelf to examine one of the books. And suddenly, an avalanche of them came falling to the floor. You stared blankly at the mountain of books. They had fallen down on their own, but they showed no signs of putting themselves away. Since no one else was there to do it, you began placing the books back on the shelf. Where is this maid? 1, 2, 3, a dozen. And as soon as you gotten them all back up, they came crashing back down again. Alright, waking up an hour early is kicking my ass now. Enjoy the rest of the stream. All good. Thank you, Sky. Hope you had a good day. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you for stopping by. Always appreciate it. You wished very much to implore of the maid's assistance, but she did not appear to be in the area. Pretending you had not seen anything, you made your way back into the hallway. Stained glass window. Guess they rebuilt it, huh? If it's the same one. It's the same one. You approached the stained glass window. An array of pews was arranged facing the stained glass. Oh, I guess it was fixed by the time of Jacopo, right? There seems to be an air of tranquility about the room. You sat down in one of the pews and stared quietly forward for some time. For a moment you felt like you were on the verge of recalling something, but ultimately the memory never managed to surface. The maid did not appear to be there. Where could she have gone? You decided to resume exploring the mansion. And now the master bedroom, which we got a key from the, man in the mirror, man in the portrait. The way the key is rendered out is giving me, heavy Obra Dinn vibes. You insert the key you had been given into the door's keyhole. and with a twist, the door opened. The master bedroom was shrouded in darkness, much like every other room in the mansion. It had evidently been left unused for some time. The air in the room was stale and forlorn. Master. Oh? A voice seemed to ring out from somewhere. Come on, get up. Someone we haven't met before? Up with you. Master! See, what did I tell you? It's so much nicer in here with a little light. Without warning, your whole world took on bright, vivid colors. Light streamed through the window, illuminating a well-lit bedroom. A woman's silhouette stood before you. Wait a sec. Don't you hide under the bedspread. Ah, this OST. This is really nice. Imagine like waking up to this, but like not as an alarm, because that'd suck. I can already like visualize this in my head. It's insane that you gotta wonder how much stories exist in like visual novel form, and like how many haven't been adapted in like other forms of media, right? Because like the way this game paints the pictures in my mind when I like speak them out loud, I could totally see this as like the opening to a scene, you know? Which I mean it is, but still. Get out of there. Oh, but Master, you agreed that I could open the windows. Don't worry, I've put curtains up. If it gets too bright, you can draw them. Mornings take the best part of being outside and squeeze them all into the same few hours. You don't have to go outside in the sunlight for it either. Just listen to all the wonderful sounds. Things with music is before and after playing the game makes such a big difference. Ooh, we are one of those games then, I see. That's how I feel about like Outer Wilds and games like that. Undertale, when you like recognize like the motifs and how much the song means to something like after the fact. Motifs. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Motifs are a musical cheat code. When you can establish like an auditory, what's the word for it? Pattern, chord, progression. I don't know, just something in a song that makes you think, oh, it's relating to this. And it makes you think of every single thing that's happened because of that. It's just so incredible. The joyous songs of the birds, the swaying of the trees, the rustling of the leaves. You tried to call out to the silhouette, but it did not respond. Reaching out for her, your hand simply passed through her body. It did not seem to be you that she was speaking to. Perhaps you were looking at a scene from some other period of time. Am I being as pushy as I feel right now? I completely misjudged you. You're the exact opposite of what I thought you were. Let's see. I thought you were cold and cruel, heartless and incomprehensible. But I'm beginning to get a better idea. Oh, who is she talking about then? You try to put on airs, but you're really rather childish. You have a short temper and can be surprisingly playful. What else? You have a pretty difficult personality too. What a character. Now, hear me out. That's not everything. You gave me a chance to talk, and you listened intently. You can be kinda nice, too. We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house. So we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me, too. This is just the beginning, after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other now. Let's not waste any time then. What do you say we do something today? Something that we haven't been able to do before. Where should we begin? Oh, I know. We can get this place cleaned up. Now that there's actual light in here, we can see all sorts of things we'd probably rather not. Like dust. All over the place. What kind of story would you write for this, or a visual novel? I am such a sucker. I have not a single writing bone in my body. I would love to be able to craft a story, but unfortunately, like, I can't give myself that much discredit. I just don't know where to take stories sometimes. I think I'm the same way with like songs too. When I think about like, making a thing, I'm like, damn, like I know what I'd like to make, but the process of creating truly is something to behold. It is a discipline, and one we maybe kind of lack sometimes. Judging by the fact that I have like a cover song that I made like end of last year that I still haven't released. But sucker for time travel. I'm a sucker for these like anthology things. So like, as cliche an answer as it might be, like I would love to like make a story like something akin to like House of Fata Morgana, but this is like, that's like saying like, oh, you want to fucking paint like the Mona Lisa or something. No, like as far as like, nah, not that crazy, right? Maybe depends on who you ask. I don't know. I feel like this game speaks like very heavily to me and like how I think about things. It's like very like I would want to write something that affects people, makes them like think about the way they view the world. Cause like that's how I've like, like, well, lack of a better term, like consumed media. Like I feel like a lot of my views and perspectives are because of like the things I've experienced, both like in media and in real life. So I mean, if I could have something that had like that level of impact on someone, that would be what I'd want to do. I don't get how I'm losing in Tenno Spring with Tiamat, bro. Wow. Sometimes we have cursed runs, Archeolus. There are some runs, even on like my best horses, where it's just so chalked. I'll, for whatever reason, end up in like fucking 6th place in like a debut race. And then I'll just like turn the horse to glue. The rare B+. When the woman's shadow faded away, the master bedroom transformed back into its old dreary state. Master, can you say my name? You were unsure how to describe the urge welling up within your breast. Could not. Say her name. Yeah, my stats are 200 plus in each stat compared to the other Umas. When you're blocked, you're blocked. Navigation skills may be goated in that instance. You stood unmoving in the master bedroom for some time, but it did not appear anything else was going to happen. So you decided to head somewhere else. We can go back to the stained glass window again? Interesting. You returned to the room with the stained glass window. You had searched through the mansion but had no luck finding the maid. You felt somewhat tired, though you were not quite sure whether it was physical exhaustion or otherwise. Yeah, like something that explores... I don't know if I've said it too, but one of my favorite animes of all time is Girls Last Tour. Like, I don't know, there's something about stories of like people persisting despite like the futility that I just really, really like. Like, the stories that tell, like, I don't know, finding like joy in things, even when things look bleak. Appreciating the little moments and things like that. That's like my goat. That and found family, but it is what it is. We have all our tropes that we love. You felt somewhat tired. You were not quite sure whether it was physical exhaustion or otherwise. You had little interest in doing any more moving about. Taking a seat in one of the pews, you gazed up at the stained glass. When everything looks to despair and then the BGM comes out and the power of friendship wins everything. Exactly. Like that. The two vibes are so opposed, but they are both like peak in my head. We think like Final Fantasy XIV, we think like Blue Archive, we think of like every moment the power of friendship perseveres. It's like, it's so good. It is so good. Yeah. Taking a seat in one of the pews, you gazed up at the stained glass. Staring solemnly down back at you was the archangel set to weigh the souls of the deceased. Perhaps he was trying to weigh your soul. And now we finally call for the maid. Like, I think of Eden's Treaty a lot in Blue Archive. Yeah, either power of friendship or sacrifice for the future. I like the darker version. Yeah, sacrificing for the future, yeah. Planting the trees when no one else does? Yeah. Master. Master. Oh, there you are, Master. You gave me quite the scare. After returning from the third door, you disappeared without a word. Oh my. It was I who disappeared? That is quite strange. I did not go anywhere as far as I'm aware. Nevertheless, I'm glad to have found you. I would have been at a complete loss for what to do if I had been separated from you yet again. I did indeed say that when you first arrived. I've been waiting for your return for a very long time. For centuries, as a matter of fact. That would make me a ghost then, you say? I am very much not a ghost. Would I be able to hold your hand if I were? Mine's probably coming of age. Power friendship is one, but major one for me is epic last stands. Coming of age. Those stories are incredible. And I can't stress it enough. As one of my favorite movies, Pumpo the Cinephile. If you like a coming of age story, I feel like that movie does it really, really well. That and like shows like March comes in like a lion. Even like definitely like Natsume Yujincho, like Natsume's Book of Friends. Mob Psycho, like a lot of those. Character growth is so important to me. Like no fault to like a static character. You can do a static character really well, but like to see change is like so important to me when it comes to like really appreciating a story. Like those are my favorite stories. So coming of age is like top 10. Very easily. Also hold her hand. Lewd. Saying this, the maid took your hand. Sagrada Reset and Hachimitsu Clover. Also, like, the weakness for, like, the single parent shows. We do not talk about the ending of Usagi Drop, but, like, if you just watch the anime and think that, like, that's cool, then, like, great. Incredible show. Don't read the manga. It was cold enough to send a shudder down your spine, and completely devoid of life. Though as chilling as it may have been, you still took comfort in the feeling of her hand in yours. The maid looked down at you with gentle eyes. After a few moments of silence, she sat down beside you. Maybe that's why I really like those Yakuza games too, right? Papa Kiryu, that's why Yakuza 3 is one of my favorites. The stained glass is quite beautiful, is it not? Every time I see it, it brings a tranquility to my heart. Yeah, some people are just into DILFs though. I mean, 18 years old, of course. That dad bod. We love our dads. A dreadful, deep-rooted curse afflicts this mansion. However, this room is the one exception. Come to think of it, are there good examples of, like, single mother stories in, like, anime and, like, manga? Because, like, of course, there's, like, tons of, like, single dad stories that I can think about, but I can't think of too many where it's, like a mom, right? However, this room is the one exception. Can you feel the purity that hangs in the air, Master? Although maybe I'm not nearly as well read as most people, so like, I might be missing some like crazy ones. Yes, what is it, Master? Oh, right. I mean, I read that and was like, damn, wait. Yeah, Takupi happens when it's single mom. Tragic. Yeah, the only one that comes to mind is the one of the guy getting his dad's memories. But none of a single mom raising as far as I know. There is a niche that needs to be filled, but is that a story that wants to be read? Are there people out there yearning for, like, the single mom persevering story? I mean, like, I'd love to read some. You're correct. The stained glass window had been shattered and was not present in the time period of the previous tale. I wonder. Perhaps it is because the mansion we are in presently resides in a realm separate from the real world. Oh. So when it's not inhabited by, like, a new master, maybe it just exists in some sort of pocket dimension. We're in a world constructed from myriad memories and histories. I am sure that when you regain your old self, Master, the mansion too shall be restored to its original state. So do try and remember, alright? Oh yes. Where did you go in my absence, Master? We went everywhere. We may have explored, like, the entire first level of the house. I see. So you explored the mansion then? And did you find anything noteworthy? Memories. I am not quite sure what you mean. How peculiar. As a servant of this house, I pride myself in being aware of most everything present within these walls. I mean, to a certain extent. No, I wouldn't say. But, like, I was thinking, like, Freerin. Is that, like, Freerin's kind of like single mom, right? Because she's out here, like, raising Fern Stark in a way. Is that our single mother story? Who's the single mom? I wonder whose memories they may be. Also, I think memories is wrong to say, more like shadows of the past. Something the maids wouldn't see, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it could be memories too. Like, but yeah, existing as they're all just things that have happened, yeah, in the past by, like, different masters and stuff. Yeah, that's grandma. You know, we have to take what we can get. What is a grandma but, like, a mother, like, a step forward, right? The key to the master bedroom. Why did I throw away the key? I beg your pardon. You say a painting told you. He's like, alright, I'm gonna have to get that painting removed. You could see perplexity on the maid's face. You had never seen her make such an expression before. I know nothing of any key. Oh, Master, you should not tell jokes meant to cause others discomfort. But a talking painting, you say? You seem to have a rather vivid imagination. Maybe you can tell the next tale, Master? I am only teasing. Now, that was a nice break, but we should get moving. The tale I'm about to show you is the last of the mansion's What? Really? No way, right? I mean, I guess I don't know what it is, but like in my head, I was equating like the game to have as many doors as like Sky the Third. So I was like, I was fully prepared to see like 15 fucking stories. But like, I guess not, huh? Have we really been playing long enough where like we might be getting like to like the final? No way, right? I think I fell asleep with this game on one time. The main menu music is a vibe. So it says here we have 26 hours, but I hope there's more. I have loved every second of this game, and to find out that it might be ending soon would destroy me. Well, I lie, but it would feel pretty rough. I am certain you'll remember yourself after seeing it. To our feet. The final door is not far. And please, do not let go of my hand. Holding your hand, the maid led you to the far end of the room. Once upon a time, there was a maid who lied, and her master got angry. Crossing beneath the stained glass window, a metal door came into view. Our destination lies at the top of these stairs. There we will find one last door. She pushed open the metal door, revealing a long, long spiral staircase. Huh. So maybe she doesn't remember everyone, because when we walked into the master bedroom, there was a history of like a master that... Interesting. So maybe that's the final door. Here we go again. It's time! Time for more trauma. Oh, that's a lovely depiction of a spiral staircase. Feels like something you'd see in like a... Gosh, I don't know. I'm not cultured enough to say, but like it feels like a museum piece. It feels old. It will be a bit of a walk, so let us be on our way. And please do watch your step. This is called an observation tower. Normally towers such as this were built in castles or churches, so it is rather strange for there to be one in a mansion. Oh. So maybe this place existed as something else before it became a mansion. Like a repurpose, like a... What is the word? Like a retrofit? The last door I wish to show you, Master, resides at the top of this tower. Rectangular windows were carved out of the stone in several locations along the way up to the spiral staircase. You attempted to peer out of the windows, but all you could see was a thick layer of fog. Perhaps the maid's suggestion that the mansion did not presently reside in reality was, in fact, correct. With each step upward, you found yourself gripped by an indescribable sense of anxiety. The feeling somewhat resembled irritation or annoyance. Sensing this, the maid tightly gripped your hand. There's nothing to worry about. You'll be fine. It is all in the past. No matter what may happen, so long as you do not let go of my hand. You have nothing to fear. You and the maid continued climbing the stairs. Up and up, around and around, marching ever nearer the supposed final door. High up into the tower, as the light from below drew distant, a rotten wood door came into view. Patches of what appeared to be blood stained the surface, and holes had been bored into it with sharp objects of some sort. You heard a scream from far below, where no one should have been. Kill the witch! Kill the witch! Kill the witch! We heard that at the entrance. Burn her! Burn her! Burn her! You were struck with fear. The next moment, the maid opened the door. And then... Door number 4. You slowly descended into darkness. Oh, I hit my mic. I was just gonna say, like, the last chord of the piano there, right when we hit that 4th door, It's so scripted, man. I should just listen to visual novel music all the time, because the way like some of these songs hit at like moments so unintentional, I feel like I could have a lot of like real life like, oh shit, that timed out with the music so well moments. Set on a pot, set it on, and also pour water into it. Gather the pieces thereof into it, even every good piece, the thigh and the shoulder. Fill it with the choice bones. They're making a broth. Take the choice of the flock and burn also the bones under it, and make it boil well, and let them see the bones of it therein. 1099, the earliest of all door. 1099? Is that like Dark Ages? Thus said the Lord, woe to the bloody city, to the pot whose scum is therein, and whose scum has not gone out of it. Bring it out piece by piece. Let no lot fall upon it. White-haired girl. Damn, she been around. Where is she? Where'd she go? She came down this way, I'm sure of it. Find her. Find her. And burn her. Burn the witch. Burn the witch! Burn the witch! Burn the witch! Burn the witch! Burn her! Burn her! Burn her! Burn her! Then will I leave thee upon the land. I will cast thee forth upon the open field. And I will cause all the fowls of the heaven to remain upon thee. And I will fill the beasts of the whole earth with thee. And I will lay thy flesh upon the mountains, and fill the valleys with my height, or with thy height. I will also water with thy blood the land, wherein thou swimmest, even to the mountains. And the rivers shall be full of thee. And when I shall put thee out, I will cover the heaven, and make the stars thereof dark. I will cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon shall not give her light. All the bright lights of heaven will I make dark over thee. Boy, that is like a fervent love, maybe? Obsession? I'm not sure how to interpret this poem yet, or this passage. It sounds like someone writing it with like the thought of every like bit of a person existing everywhere to the point where it's all they think about, and it is their entire life. Back to Outlast. Yeah, it is very culty. And set darkness upon thy land. I seem to have lost them. Now, where am I? Where should I go from here? What am I to do? Darkness spread as far as the eye can see. Not a ray of light shines down upon me. All that strokes my cheek are tendrils of darkness. Every passing day, every fading hour, my world is engulfed in ebony. There exists no kindness in this shadow, only solitude. I've lost track of how long I've been on the run, wandering aimlessly, lost, until I arrived at this dark forest. I no longer have anywhere to go. O Father who art in heaven, I kneel to thee within my heart and ask of thee thy blessing. O Father who art in heaven, I ask of thee to shine thy light upon me and show me the way. Please have mercy upon my soul. O Father who art in heaven, I do love thee dearly, hallowed be thy name. Please show me the way. I may be shunned and persecuted, and I may have no place to go. But nevertheless, I am unable to give up on life, to cast aside my hope. The perseverance. Despite everything, we keep on. O Father who art in heaven, Please guide me unto salvation. O Father who art in heaven, please guide me. I can no longer remember when my life became naught but running, when it became endless wandering in the dark. And now, when I've reached the point where I've long since forgotten my hunger and thirst, my voice has become hoarse, my vision gone blurry, and my consciousness began sinking into a hazy morass. That mansion appeared before me, wrapped in a morning fog that seems to foretell rain. Oh! Is this the girl from the master bedroom? Because it looked like whoever was saying master, which must be the white-haired girl, right? Had that same, like, haircut, that short hair. Oh my. The mansion comes into view like the world fading in after a dream. It doesn't appear as though anyone lives here. All the windows are either boarded up or shuttered, as if it's long since been abandoned. A tower, which seems out of place in a personal residence, stands tall beside the mansion. The whole building seems as though it could disappear with the fog. It has an unwelcoming presence, freezing me in my tracks. However, if this is where you've led me, then I shall follow your guide. Having nowhere else to go, the mansion is my only salvation, the light that guides my way. And so I must have faith that no matter what I find, whether spirits or wild beasts dwell within these walls, that this is where I will find peace. Is anyone there? I guess it is abandoned. That makes sense. It would be more unusual for someone to be living in a house so deep in the woods, so far from civilization, like it's been forgotten to time. You know, if I had internet, I wouldn't mind. I can't imagine anyone spending their days here. It makes scary games and scary movies that much creepier, though. I place my hand on the front door. What if I can't get in? I very much doubt I'll find anywhere else to stay wandering around through the woods. If the door doesn't open, then I'll die out here in the forest. I've come to accept much, but I'm not ready to forfeit my life yet. Please open. Oh, loud. The door is heavy, and though it seems to protest my attempts to enter, it still opens much easier than I was expecting. Maybe someone opened it for her. I was worried over nothing. Looking in, I get the strangest impression. Light is being swallowed up into the mansion's depths. Rather than going inside, it feels as though I'm about to step outside the boundaries of this world. When I close the door, it's so dark, I can't even tell where I'm walking. I wonder if the window is open. Though I managed to fumble my way over to a window, it's tightly shuttered and the shutters are caked with rust. Damn, rust? I'm probably not getting it open without a fight. If only I had some source of light. I can't even see my hand waving in front of my face. It feels like the floor will fall out from under me and I'll sink into eternal darkness if I don't watch my step. Eternal Darkness mentioned, by the way. A GameCube game that I was too scared to play when I was like 10. I remember getting it from like a garage sale. That with like Rogue Squadron. Fighting back the fear, I slowly walk forward, tracing the wall with my hand. There's a door at the end of the long corridor. I pull it open and a wisp of bone-chilling air brushes past me. It's too dark to see anything, but I can feel something different present in this area than the rest of the house. Uneasiness grips me. Is anybody there? My voice simply disappears into the void. No response. As I'm pushing forward through the freezing air, for a split second I spot a shimmer of light. Squinting my eyes, I'm able to make out a large window. Maybe the stained glass? Unlike the others, it's not shuttered, but covered by drapes. My chances are slim, but if there's even a slight possibility of getting some light in here, it's worth a shot. So I pull open the drapes. Yep. The next moment, faint but colorful light shines down on me. It's a stained glass window. From beyond the glass, I can hear the subtle pitter-patter of rain. I guess it's finally started. The different colors of light blend into a milky white, dim but wondrous. It's gorgeous. Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. Maybe someone doesn't like feeling judged. With a little more light, it'd be... Probably, please do not touch the drapes. Or the windows. Suddenly I hear a voice and I can sense someone else in the room. The man's voice is emotionless, neither deep nor high. Oh. How do I hit that? I gotta hit that Toki Blue archive. Before long, he comes into view, illuminated by dull orange candlelight. Oh, wait, did y'all see that? Why did it like... Michelle. Oh, we saw him. We've seen him already. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but I did announce myself. It's just distortion, yeah. The man standing there, practically blending in with the darkness. Has he been there the whole time? He's staring straight at me. His gaze wavering slightly, but not enough for me to read anything in it. Also, we love to see it. Men with long hair representation. We need more men with, like, crazy-ass long hair. The candle in his hand and the light from the stained glass window are the only illumination in the room, neither of which are particularly bright. As a result, his outline is faint and blurred. It gives off the impression that he might vanish entirely between blinks. My apologies. I assume the house is abandoned. Okay. Emotionless, not deep or heavy. Emotionless. Emotionless is tough for me, I think. I don't know. Have I done that? I've done that maybe, but... I suspect you would have preferred it to be abandoned. Is that loud enough? Am I like over the BGM when I do that? Not at all. Is this do you live in this mansion? Yes. I have for a very long time. I thought I had barred the front door, but it would seem I left it open. What brings you here? If you are lost, I am happy to give you directions. There is a village west of here. It should take you maybe half a day on foot. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. Trade it for food at the village, then make your way to a larger town. Wait, what? Wait, is this the maid? What? The maid said the exact same thing. Please allow me to stay here. Could you repeat that? I cannot go to the village. No, I can't go anywhere. I'm no longer able to freely return to any town. I'm being hunted. You seem rather young to be a sinner. So, you have transgressed. I'm neither a thief nor an adulterer. If I bear any sin, then it has been with me since birth. I will do everything I can to stay out of your way. I simply ask that you grant me shelter until it all blows over. If you wish to know my transgression, I will tell you. So please, do not throw me out. I see. And do you ask this of me aware of how people refer to this mansion? Pardon? It is said that a witch once lived in this house. And not just any witch, a cursed witch. This house has been tainted by her seething hatred, and all who dwell within it meet their demise. But you live here, don't you? Like her, I too am cursed. Huh? What kind of curse? The one thing I can tell you is that your life is in danger if you get involved with me. Should you approach my curse, I am likely to take your life. You'll kill me? Yes, so you do not belong here. To live with me in this mansion is to sentence yourself to death. Lively Rat Raid, hello Anna, how you doing? Hope your spooky games did well. I think you were playing Amanda the Adventurer, no? That was like when I last tuned in. Hopefully you managed to see all the endings there. I played that like a couple months back. Was a good time. Did everyone remember to like and subscribe? Thank you. Yeah, quite the game, that Amanda the Adventurer. Yeah, it was peak, had a lot of fun. Glad to hear. Thank you for the raid, by the way. And if you haven't already checked out Anna, be sure to give them a like and subscribe as well. Hello, Phantom. Janix, good to see ya. We're just in the middle of what seems to be like the final door here. And Inochi too, wow, very lively tonight. Yeah, Janix raided me right into when I was getting ready, so we did the raid train. Then the shout outs to the both of y'all. Everyone in the Discord, make sure to peep the raid chat. And make sure to give them a like and subscribe, follow. We love to see it. Yeah, we're going to be going for quite a while, so strap in. We are storytelling tonight. And we're going to do our best acting we can do. Not a trained actor, so bear with me here. I'll be lurking, gonna get some noms. No worries. Yeah, you just finished. Make sure to get your rest. Thank you. No matter what path I choose, I very much doubt I have a future. Damn, there are a lot of people tonight. Crazy. Hello, Fish Taco. Hope you have a fun stream. Thank you. Yeah, anytime we play Fata Morgana has been peak. If you're not already familiar with this game, it is an incredible story. Like, every single door has been so gripping, and if you want something to like just get totally lost in, highly could not recommend enough. And if that's the case, then I shall live how I want. I don't care what people say about you or this mansion. I wish to stay here. Yeah, perfect timing to like hop in too, by the way, for raiders, because we did just start this door. So if you're looking to like stick around, have a listen, like, you have not missed much yet. Only thing missed out so far, this white-haired girl was on the run. People are calling her a witch, and we are in a strange fog-obscured mansion. This man standing there, living alone in a very decrepit place. Also, hello again, Jeremy. You might think I'm rather strange, but my heart tells me that I must stay here. That I was guided here. And hearing what you have to say only reinforces that. What are you scheming? I'm not scheming anything. I'm simply tired of running. So if your curse is gonna kill me, then perhaps that's for the best. At the very least, you won't be hunting me. You won't try to flay me or tear off my arms or rip the flesh from my bone. And that's enough for me. If you have committed no sin, then why do they hunt you so fervently? Yeah, people do be very judgmental. The white hair, the ancient times, like, I'm accused of being a witch. Master, Master, please wake up. Return to me. The maid. Ah, have you come too, Master? I apologize for sending you through the door without warning. It must have given you quite the scare. But I beg your forgiveness. I heard a terrible screaming from down the stairs and I panicked. You say you saw the white-haired girl. I see. So you made it into the world beyond the door before me. I am deeply relieved that I was able to take your hand before losing sight of you. Yeah, back then albinoism was called a witch. You know, I did have like an albino friend. I mean, had is a weird way to say it. Like we just drifted apart. They were like an elementary school friend more so. But yeah, like, not sure where I'm going with this. I guess I just wanted to say that. He was pretty cool. Ended up joining cross country. I presume you've already grown familiar with the atmosphere of this time period, Master. If you had seen her, as you said, then you should have a basic grasp of the situation. Yeah, this girl can't catch any breaks in any time period. She was a very misfortunate girl in this era, accused of being a witch, abused and persecuted. Her life was in constant danger. It was again her appearance that brought this upon her. That snow-white hair and those ruby-red eyes clearly differentiated her from everyone else. Oh, and I apologize. I neglected to mention that this door is unique. He can run under the sun long enough, sound stuff. I remember him always wearing a bucket hat. He was like very well kept together as far as like keeping himself safe from the sun. But yeah, cross country is certainly a sport to pick when you have to worry about that. As for what set it apart, that we made clear as we proceed. The one difference is in this time period. Wait, the one difference is in this time period. The tales I have shown you began with that of a beautiful flaxen-haired family, followed by the tale of the bloodthirsty beast, and then the tale of steel and ambition, proceeding in chronological order. However, this door we have just entered takes us to the period now known as the Middle Ages, long before the other three tales. Yes, that is correct. This is where it all began. The mansion's curse, the truth of the witch, and your identity. But the way Michelle is already talking about the place being cursed, I mean, I guess it's like, maybe he just said it's cursed because people shunned him away for being albino too? Is the house in Fata Morgana simply just a house for people with albinoism? Who's to say? All of this should have been made known. If after this tale you are still unable to reclaim your old self, then there is nothing more I can do. This door contains the last tale I am able to tell you. So I ask of you, please do not let go of my hand until it's all over. Does that make it the White House? That's a good one. Now then, let us begin a beautiful tale, a beautiful tragic love story of two solitary souls trapped in a mansion of darkness. In that era, the mansion was a dungeon draped in darkness. After a great deal of time on the run, the white-haired girl found herself at a remote mansion that stood in a dark, overgrown forest. All the windows were either boarded or shuttered, and it was even darker inside the house than out. This maid is spoiling the story! Not even a ray of moonlight could enter those walls. Only naturally, the white-haired girl had assumed that nobody lived here. We already saw all this happen! But her guess was incorrect. Someone did indeed dwell in this house. It was a young man named Michel. Though she could not make out the details of his face in the candlelight, she thought him a very handsome man. However, he proclaimed to her that a witch resided within the mansion, and that he too was cursed. Everyone who got close to him lost their lives. Do you think that what he told her was all nonsense? Maybe. What if his tale is one of being shunned, and in that like process of being shunned by everyone around him, he pushes people away too? I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Because he might just be like making this up. as like a self-fulfilling prophecy type thing, but who knows? A lie devised to chase her out of the house. The truth of the matter shall come to light in time. Despite Michelle's assertions, the white-haired girl decided she would take up residence within the mansion. This heiress white-haired girl was younger than the others. She was still in her early teens, young enough to be seen as still a child. But she was neither as self-centered nor irresponsible as you might expect of someone her age. She was very delicate and reserved, and acted with a great deal of modesty and restraint. The accusations of her being a criminal and a sinner were grossly inappropriate. Nevertheless, she was still chased from her home, barely managing to flee to this mansion with her life. Now the white-haired girl thought it would be rude to simply take up space in the mansion, so she chased down the master, Michelle, and asked, is there anything I can do to help? I'll clean or cook or do anything. Just let me know. I want to repay you for allowing me to stay here. You need not feel indebted to me. The weight of that obligation will only turn into disdain. But I can't just stay here and do nothing. Do whatever you like. As long as you do not enter my room. That is all I ask of you. Huh. He said emotionlessly, turning away and walking off. Let me blow my nose. Gosh, what a tragedy to have. 1 second. Gosh, I wish talking wouldn't make me like get a stuffy nose, but here we are. Sometimes we're good, sometimes it like hits like a truck. Michelle was not, I believe, spurning her. He was merely disinterested. He did not treat her disrespectfully, nor did he seem averse to her presence. Words simply did not seem to affect him at all. Not only was the mansion a prison for his body was also a prison ensnaring his heart. I should still do whatever I can. But she did not let that get her down. Oh, you know, come to think of it, if she's the girl we saw in the master bedroom flashback. Oh, the key. We weren't supposed to enter that room. That was her. It has to be her. Eventually, he lets her in. But she did not let that get her down. In fact, she might have even interpreted his disinterest as kindness. Though he was a bit standoffish, he did not attempt to cause her harm. Yeah, you know, when everyone in your life up to that point has like treated you as a witch and hunted you down and like scolded you for just existing, people who like give you no like second thought might seem like kindness. Though he was a bit standoffish, he did not attempt to cause her harm. He was nothing like the people who had accused her of being a witch and forced her to flee for her life. And she was deeply grateful for that. Thus began their quiet life together. Michelle, who avoided contact with others, and the white-haired girl who had taken a great deal of abuse from others. Two people who knew hardly anything about one another, who were too distant to really be said to be living together. Michelle spent most of his day in his chambers, so they only ever saw each other occasionally, and they hardly ever spoke. Though they stayed in the same house, they both still lived solitary lives. Nonetheless, the white-haired girl wanted to get to know Michelle better. Oh. You know, I was gonna say, like, if I had to live in, like, the 10,000s and I didn't talk to anyone and I was secluded into a house, I'd go crazy. So this is leading me to think that maybe the thing that was knocking down the books in the library must be the white-haired girl. Because, like, what else is she gonna do? Like, as humans, I feel like, I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but I feel like most people yearn for like a little bit of contact. Like, you can only go so long no contact, right? She wanted to know why he called himself cursed. Why he lived alone in this dark mansion. How many days how many years he had spent here in solitude. Yeah, social creatures, yeah. Yeah, life without internet feels so far away an idea now. Yeah. I mean, as someone who grew up with the internet, like, the idea of not having it sometimes is like, wow. But, and I say grew up with the internet, like, I mean, I don't know if it was like popular when I was like 4 or 5. Like, it was still like in its infancy, right? But, I mean, I still grew up with it. Like, I was always on a computer, like, as a kid. We yearn to sit behind a monitor, and we will for the rest of our life, probably. Maybe. Who knows? I'm a VTuber, so go figure. And while she waited for the opportunity, she also started doing things around the house. The first project she set out to take care of was cleaning. Oh, I wonder if she's the one who started the rose garden then. As the windows were all firmly shut, her only source of light was candles. For whatever reason, there was a great deal of candles stored in the cellar. She wondered where on earth he had acquired so many, but she never found the opportunity to ask him. It was difficult to even see all the dust and cobwebs with only candlelight, and considering the poor airflow through the house, she was afraid her efforts were going to be in vain. Still, she persisted, sweeping and wiping things down, one room at a time. Eventually, she made her way to the library. The dust that had settled there was much heavier than in any other room. With each breath, she had to fight back coughs. It was not a room one would normally be comfortable spending much time in, but the sight of so many bulky volumes lining the shelves sent her heart aflutter with delight. Ah, you know, impressive in 1099, right? Because, like, books in 1099, they said it in Mel's time, door 1, like, they were still being, like, handwritten, transcribed, and copied. Like, that is how they did it. The printing press did not exist. So the, like, thought of owning many books kind of puts this guy and this house, like, so above what most people would have experienced. They're books. Incredible. Real books. The white-haired girl had never seen a book before. She had heard people describe them, but this was the first time she had ever seen one herself. Parchment was a very valuable commodity in that era. It was something monks and scholarly priests made use of, and not a material one could easily acquire without some degree of social rank. Yeah, see? Like we said. Books were not printed with machines, but copied by hand. A single volume took an incredible amount of work to create. Even the process of binding was an art. Standing before a shelf, she stared intently at the spines. There's so much dust. Does he not read any of them? Just a peek. Just a tiny little peek. She said, making excuses to the empty room as she reached her hand towards one of the books. The tome that caught her eye was on the uppermost shelf. It bore gorgeous jade embossing and looked like it belonged in a treasure chest. Almost. Though she tended to act older than her age. The white-haired girl was still in her early teens and not especially tall. Even standing tiptoe, it was still just barely within reach. At long last, her slender fingers made contact with the spine. As she began to pull the book toward her, the books fell. Like in the library. Yeah, I wonder what book stories would an AI create if it's more than 300 pages of a novel. I mean, that's a thing nowadays, right? As sad as it is. Excuse me. Like, I don't know how much better it's gotten, but I swear like 2 years ago, maybe even 3, there were people like generating books and like selling them on Amazon and like ghostwriting like an author. I'm sure it still happens. I think like if you look up like Minecraft guide on Amazon or like any like sort of other like digital marketplace, you'll probably find something that was just like totally written and scraped by AI and then just sold. The library had sat abandoned for some time, causing the covers to stick together. So when she attempted to pull one out, several others tilted with it. And then, almost all the books on the shelf came avalanching down onto her. Ow!
The white-haired girl groaned, buried under a mountain of parchment. She hoped she had not damaged any of her host's valuable collections, for the mess was enough of a setback already in her attempts to express her gratitude. Looking around, she saw one volume that was almost torn in half. She did not know whether it was in that condition before or if it happened in the fall. But nonetheless, she felt horribly guilty. Sitting there, unable to get back to her feet, tears began welling in her eyes. Then suddenly a shadow fell over the dejected girl. Michelle saw the whole thing. It took a book in its hand and returned it to the shelf. For a brief moment, the shadow's hand reached hesitantly towards the white-haired girl, then changed course towards another book.
What if he second-guessed it? Yeah, he second-guessed, coming into contact, human contact.
It was Michelle. There was a hint of perplexity in his otherwise emotionless eyes. Perhaps he had heard the noise and come to see what had caused it. I'm sorry, your books...
What were you doing?
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make a mess. I didn't mean to damage such precious books.
There's no need to panic.
I'm sorry.
You make it sound as though I'm admonishing you.
What?
Did you want to read a book?
I do, but that's not what I originally came here to clean.
Clean?
Yes, I felt guilty simply being idle.
I did say you could do as you pleased, but you have no responsibility to clean anything.
I just ended up making a bigger mess anyways. I'm sorry.
You needed to apologize.
Okay.
If you want to read, help yourself to any of the books.
But I don't know how to read.
Is he gonna teach you how to read?
I just thought the cover was pretty, so I wanted to hold it.
You are free to use them however you wish. If looking at them is enough for you, by all means.
They're all your books, aren't they?
They are.
That's incredible. You have so many. It must have taken you a long time to acquire them all.
1 per month.
What?
My family sends me 1 every month.
Every month? The white-haired girl turned her gaze back towards the shelves, squinting her eyes and beginning to count.
Huh. Could he be royalty then? I mean, he's gotta be, right? What if a family had an albino child and to keep their standing, they sent the kid away to a house to themselves, and in order to fend off any sort of guilt, they wanted to provide him books every month as something to do. But it's still isolation. That still kind of sucks. Well, I mean, doesn't kind of suck. It really sucks if that's the case.
The white-haired girl turned her gaze back towards the shelves, squinting her eyes and beginning to count.
Yeah, he did say he was cursed, yeah. Yeah, and if your parents kind of instilled that at a very early age, totally imagine. By the way, gotta go. GG again. Thank you for stopping by, Jeremy. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Happy Monday.
When she finished, she was in awe. There were in excess of 100 books on the shelves, which meant he had lived there in solitude for many years.
Yeah, a whole library and a book a month? That's a long time.
She was at a loss for words.
They are dull tomes, dreadfully inoffensive and not even interesting enough to waste a few hours with. Decoration is all they're good for. Is he only emotionless because he never learned how to express emotion? Is that something? Was my phone going off? I don't think so. There's a slight hum to the back of the song that feels like phone vibrating. Anyways, the cursed human experiment, right? It's against everything to leave a human in isolation to study. Do humans in isolation learn how to express emotions, or is he just different?
I see.
I mean, he's obviously well-spoken, and he can read, so it's not like he was totally isolated. Like, someone had to teach him. He had to learn somehow. If you can put them to some use, then perhaps my having them won't be entirely meaningless anymore. I am going to return to my room. Don't feel obligated to clean up.
Just a minute.
Was there something else?
Could you tell me your name? I just realized I never asked for your name. Not knowing what to call you will make this conversation awkward.
Do we only know his name is Michelle because we saw that, like, flashback? You don't need my name to.
I want to, though.
Michelle.
Michelle. Like the Archangel.
Wait, so is it Michael? I thought Michael was the Archangel, right? I don't know my like, religion. We didn't grow up religious, so a little bit like, what's the word? Uninformed there. So I guess could be like Michael. Yeah, it's Michael. Okay.
The name suits you quite well.
It suits me.
It does. Although it's difficult to see you in the dark. You seem to be a very handsome man, befitting of your name.
Michelle blushes a woo. I beg to differ. Giving me his name is the highest form of mockery. I expect the real Archangel is probably rather annoyed by it.
I don't know. I think it's a wonderful name.
And yours? No, never mind.
Oh, my name? My name is Giselle.
Giselle? Wait. Oh, yeah. We already knew Giselle's name. Wait. What? No, yeah. She said Giselle in the flashback. So I guess she uses different names on different times. Because when I tried to align up the letters, I was like, oh yeah, like, that doesn't fit. So obviously not Giselle, but yeah, the white-haired girl here is Giselle.
Please, call me Giselle. Oh, thank goodness.
For what?
That I was able to get your name and talk to you for a little bit. We haven't seen much of each other since I first arrived, so I'm glad that I got to hear your voice. So very glad.
You gain nothing by speaking to me. You have no responsibility to do so, and there is no need for you to feel joy about it.
I'm not pleased out of some sense of responsibility or necessity. It's just depressing, not being able to have a conversation with someone living in the same house.
You do not understand me at all. As I said on the first day, my curse will one day kill you.
But I'm still alive, aren't I?
You are welcome to believe I'm lying, or that I am merely out of my mind. But it will be too late when you realize the truth.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. And even if I do die because of your curse, I promise I won't hold a grudge. Could you possibly be keeping me away from me out of concern?
No, I simply have no interest in interacting with anyone.
I'd like to interact with you. If you don't mind, that is.
As I told you, you have nothing to gain from that. I have nothing, not even words to give you. Ah, the transactional mindset too. He is totally nobility. Everything has to come from something to gain. Something to gain. The books, it's all lining up. Michelle, I get tired of scrubbing the carpets free of blood. Please, do not speak with me. I am tired of killing people. My body is but a shell, even if I were not cursed. My presence would do naught but cause you discomfort.
I don't think that's true. I don't believe that there's anyone in this world with absolutely nothing. There's plenty inside you. You simply haven't noticed it yet. And not all of it will only cause others pain either.
If you truly believe those words, then you are a foolhardy girl. How can you trust someone you only just met? For that matter, why do you not resent everyone?
Resent them?
I can take a guess as to why people call you a witch, and why you had to flee all the way to this mansion. Your white hair and red eyes, that abnormal, seemingly inhuman appearance, drew their condemnation. And I can think of any number of reasons they might have started treating you less than human. Perhaps people around you experienced misfortune, or perhaps there was a natural disaster, a famine, a plague, some kind of external phenomenon, and you were their scapegoat.
Yes. You are by and large correct.
Then that would make me as unworthy of your trust as anyone else. I make no claim to having your interest in mind. Goodbye.
If you don't mind, could you teach me how to read sometime?
Oh, a little bit of emotion in his face there. Y'all see that? His brow furrowed. Did you listen to anything I said?
I listened, yes. I have no intention of idolizing you. I don't expect you to do anything for me, and I don't wish to burden you in any way. I simply wish to be allowed to be at your side. It doesn't matter to me what kind of person you may be.
And the way he kind of lit up too. Well, not lit up. Lit up is a strong word, but his eyes kind of went to you know?
That's all I want. I apologize for keeping you. Please consider it if it's not too much trouble.
As the master of the house, Michelle, made his way out of the library, he appeared to be slightly rattled. Perhaps the white-haired girl's determination had ignited something in his chained heart. Or perhaps it was something else. She stared down towards the darkness in which Michelle had disappeared. Then, she carefully wrapped her arms around the jade-embossed tome, a soft smile spreading across her lips. Oh.
He's a decent man, I'm sure of it. We're alike, he and I.
And thus began to blossom within her a faint sense of fellowship, as someone who also knew solitude. I can already see where this is going, and it's gonna be so heartbreaking if any of these guys die. Right? Both of these people are learning to be human together. Or to they're both learning how to be with other people. It's a very sweet story to tell. It had been about a week since the white-haired girl had taken up residence in the mansion. Staying in that house deprived of light was, I imagine, a very claustrophobic experience. To anyone blessed enough to have sunlight as a part of their everyday lives, it would have been unbearable. But for her, the mansion, with its prison walls and lack of either illumination or recreation, was the one place she could find respite. She and Michelle continued to be distant, however. He spent most of his time in his chambers, which he had explicitly told the white-haired girl to stay out of, leaving her unable to close that gap. Nonetheless, on the occasions they did cross paths in the hallway, their eyes would meet, if but briefly. It was never for more than a few seconds. Whenever she saw him, she made a point of giving him a little smile. He never said anything, but still, when she had first arrived, he would not have even met her gaze. He seemed to be taking more and more notice of her. One day, the white-haired girl stood in the cellar, a frown on her face.
Well, this is troubling. I can't go down to the village, but if we don't do something soon...
Are they running out of candles? Has it been long enough? Oh, they're running out of food.
The cellar was where the food was stored, an assortment of non-perishables of dried food, smoked meats, and cheeses. Her daily meals were taken from the supply there. However, the stockpile was beginning to grow quite small. Were she not on the run, she could have gone to the village to procure more.
You know, I've never tried, like, a smoked cured meat. That sounds, like, really good to me. Is it similar to jerky? Because I've had jerky before, but isn't that just, like, dehydrated cured meat? Is that the same?
Or perhaps, were she a little tougher, she could have captured a wild animal for its meat. But Master, you know a very young, delicate thing like her was hardly up to the task of hunting for food. How does he normally get his supplies, I wonder? From there, other questions about Michelle started rising in her mind.
Maybe his parents send them food too.
No matter how lifeless he seemed, surely he still had to eat, right? The white-haired girl nodded, then made her way out of the cellar, intending to head for his bedchamber. But on her way there, she spotted him standing by the entrance, staring motionlessly at the door lit by a single candle. He appeared to be waiting for something. May I ask you a question?
Go on.
I was just down in the cellar, and I noticed we're running low on food. Do you normally go down to the village to restock?
I haven't been outside in 10 years. The hermit!
Then how do you...
What if I told you I don't eat?
What?
That I am not of this world. And as such, I have no need of sustenance. What would you think of that? What if he's joking? What if, like, he's got that dry, like, absurdist humor?
That sounds very, economical? If you can survive without having to eat, that's one less thing to worry about.
Is he sad because she didn't understand his joke?
If it were possible, I'd like to have that ability too.
Could not be me. I have to eat. Eating is one of the, like, pleasures of life to me, right? Like, the thought of never eating again sounds miserable. It would seem trying to frighten you is a waste of time.
Was I supposed to be afraid?
Never mind. It doesn't matter. You asked about the food in the cellar. It's getting to be about that time. Wait, and you will find out.
What do you...
It's here.
Oh?
If you want to know where my supplies come from, open the door.
But, I'm in hiding.
There is no one at the door anymore. The knock is nothing more than a signal.
A signal?
The white-haired girl turned towards Michelle to press him for more information, but he averted his gaze. Oh. I can maybe see something here. Hear me out. Let me cook for a second. Could the town people be in on it too? I mean, they have to be. He's getting food from somewhere. And back in, like, the, what, 1099, as they said? They don't got like UPS and shit like that. They don't got like food delivery. Like, they're not out here Uber Eating. Like, it's all local. It's gotta be. So, like, whatever the local village is has got to be like delivering ration supplies, something to keep him fed. What if there is a legend in the village that's like, oh yeah, these are offerings to the manor to, like, make it so there's no famine, there is no, like, plague, there is no, like, something going on in that village outside of this house, right? And then eventually something happens. And then we get all the shouting at the door, the kill the witch, that thing. It's like, oh, these village people who have been giving tithes to like the witch in this manner for presumably like a decent amount of years with like the amount of books, right? Were something bad to happen to that town, even if it was not even remotely his fault, people might want to find a scapegoat. And it's like he said, like, when people don't accept the truth, don't want to like see their misfortune as like something that may just be bad luck or maybe their fault, the blame always goes to someone else. And who better to blame than a witch? Quote unquote. The white-haired girl turned towards Michelle to press him for more information, but he averted his gaze. Find the answer yourself, he seems to be saying. She took several moments to gather her will, then marched over to the door. The way some of these like door opening sounds and these like shuffling of feet are like scaring me today. Phasmophobia the other night did a number on my soul. So right. The sunlight, which she had not seen in some time, was so bright it seemed to burn her eyes. Although the sun itself had not gotten any brighter, she had simply spent so much time in the dark, her eyes were no longer accustomed to that much light. The color of her eyes made them quite sensitive to light already, so when she stepped outside, her whole world went bone white. The white-haired girl stood motionless for 10, perhaps 15 seconds, and when her eyes had finally adjusted to the light, "What's this?" She noticed the crate on the ground at her feet. She turned her head back to ask Michelle about the box, but the mansion was so dark it appeared to be wholly severed from the outside world. From where she stood, she was unable to distinguish Michelle from the shadows. A pang of nervousness struck her. She wanted to return to that darkness as quickly as possible. The white-haired girl had come to yearn for that world without light more than the one with. The crate was fairly hefty. The slightly built girl had considerable difficulty bringing it into the house. Yeah, she would have had to have been a little bit built to be on the run for so long. That's health right there. But eventually she did manage to drag it through the front door. Well, maybe not. Maybe not necessarily, because she was probably, like, not well fed. People didn't like her. And you can't be that built without the foundation of, like, good nutrition. So... And then, everything went dark once more, except for the faint flicker of candlelight floating in the air. You can leave it there. I'll take care of the rest.
What's...
Without a word, Michelle approached her in the box, withdrawing a knife that he had evidently kept hidden somewhere on his person. With it, he cut the rope that bound the box. Go on. Open it up. At his insistence, she placed her hand upon the lid. She had no idea what lay inside this unexpected delivery. Whoever had brought it was already long gone. Staring at the strange box, she was racked with nervousness. However, what she found when she pushed aside the lid was completely ordinary food. Is something amusing.
It was just rather anticlimactic. Here I was, worried about what might be inside.
We were just talking about supplies in the cellar.
So we were. It completely slipped my mind. This should last us for some time. It's all preserved, just like what's in the cellar. But I don't understand. Who would deliver all this to you?
There should be a book in there as well. Monthly preserved foods from the parents. Kind of like we thought.
What? Oh, there it is. In the library, he said that his family sends him one book a month. Does that mean this box came from them? If so, then why did the person who delivered this leave without speaking to him? What happened between him and his family? Is he here because they want him here? Or because he chose to be here?
Oh, he's totally put here. But I think he was raised to believe that he wants to be here. Take the book to the library, please. I will bring the rest of the supplies to the cellar.
But it's a big box. I'm sure you could use some help carrying it.
That won't be necessary. Take the book and go.
But...
Fine. Stay here. I'll take care of everything.
Oh, wait. Hold on, please.
What is it?
You don't have to answer this if you don't want to. And, I'm not trying to pry, but... I can't help but be curious.
Say what you have to say, please.
I was wondering if you could tell me why you live here, in this mansion. Why did whoever delivered this box leave before you even opened the door? Could you perhaps be imprisoned here?
He takes a deep breath. No breath. He just closed his eyes. I told you the very first day, I am cursed. It's only natural for a cursed man to live in a cursed house.
Yes, but that's such a vague answer. I don't understand why you're in the situation you are. I don't know how to feel about it. There's so much I don't know. And I'm not even sure if your curse actually exists.
Another thought crossed my mind here. I mean, like, of course, I was already saying, like, oh, the family told him he's cursed. Put him in the cursed house type beat. But, like, imagine. Like, up to this point, he's never actually had anyone stay. Maybe he scared everyone off and just, you know, he's going off of his, like, evidence from his parents that said, like, oh, yeah, you're cursed, man. Anyone who stays here is gonna die, so you better not let anyone stay here. So what if he's never actually ever had one here? And the thought of that curse not being real and him just being here separated from everyone his whole life is something he is going to have to come to terms with. I see. That is a perfectly reasonable doubt from your point of view. Having been branded a witch because of your appearance. I like gasped, but like I already knew. Like, of course, like they're gonna kill the witch, and the witch being Giselle. Strange that the white-haired girl is still titled white-haired girl, even though we've seen her name. It would make sense that you would think my curse might be fabricated, or perhaps a metaphor for something else. Alright then, come with me.
What?
I'll show you my curse. As he turned on his heels, the white-haired girl caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a smirk on his face. Like the whole thing was some kind of sick joke. That smile carved into his mask was far colder than any look of annoyance or rejection. But the game loves the WHG label. WHG, oh, white-haired girl label, yeah. But despite the twinge of nervousness, she still followed after Michelle. As much as he might have stood out in a crowd, with such height and long hair, his presence was almost entirely eroded away by the darkness. She felt that he could simply fade away into nothingness at any moment. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, in one sense, it could be so we never forget that she's the same girl that we've seen. But in another, like, I feel like the game might not be saying it because she might be someone else. Many things are buried here.
Huh?
Mice, insects, wild cats, and dogs. Have you ever thought it strange how little life there seems to be around this mansion?
You're right. I haven't seen a single creature since I arrived. The only sound you can hear is the wind blowing. Now that you mention it, it did seem peculiar.
They were all killed by me.
Okay, but that's different, right? I mean, it's a little weird. It's a little, like,
Like, I think that gets classified as, like, weird behavior. Like, if you're out just, like, killing dogs and, like, cats and stuff. But, I mean, it's no bestia you ain't, you know? Or rather, they lost their lives because of me. Oh, okay, different. He's not killing them. They are just dying around him. But why? You have your answer now. But no people. A butterfly fluttered its way into the ruined garden, dancing up and down through the air. Michelle held out a finger before him, and the butterfly, mistaking it for a branch, drifted down upon it to rest its wings. Had the scene stopped there, it would have been a picturesque moment. All that comes in contact with me loses its life. My skin, the breath I exhale, my flesh and blood, is poison to all life. But the butterfly's movements began to slow. It spread its wings in one last futile effort to fight against gravity. And then, without warning, it shriveled up into a dry husk. It's dead. All dried up and lifeless. Like it's been dead for days. It's like his finger drained all the life out of it. Is this his curse? And that's why he didn't try and grab the girl when she got hit by the books. He was afraid that he might do the same thing to her. Is that even possible? But I saw it with my own eyes. If this is his curse, though, it explains much. There are more than just insects and animal corpses buried here, too. Servants who came to visit me long ago. Are here beneath the ground? Under our very feet. So he has seen it happen to people then. That's why the servants leave before I open the door. Should he touch me, should he get near me, his very life is in danger. No one is interested enough in seeing me to take a risk. No one will have anything to do with me. Nary a soul even wishes to see my face. Now you understand what I meant when I said I would eventually kill you. So that's why you've never once touched me. When I knocked the books down in the library, you didn't offer your hand to help me up. And only one of us ever made contact with the box at the entrance at a time. When I offered to help you carry it, you refused. Because you didn't want your finger to accidentally brush up against mine. My actions were not out of concern for you. I simply dislike people. Others' interests mean nothing to me. What an odd face you're making. Do you not believe my curse is real? No, I do. It's certainly irrational, inexplicable, unbelievable. But you've shown me more than enough evidence. And I don't believe you're lying to me right now either. In which case you now understand how dangerous it is to be near me. Can we just give this man some gloves and call it a day? You said that if you left, you would be killed. But it has been some time since then. If you are careful to cover your tracks, you could make your escape. You do not belong here. He was telling the truth about being cursed. What a cruel burden to have to bear. I can't imagine just how much he's given up on. How many lives he's inadvertently taken. And how he must have felt every time it happened. You know, it's also kind of coming to mind now why his hair is long too. I mean, just as like a consequence of not being able to be touched, like he can't cut his own hair. He wouldn't cut his own hair. And he doesn't like himself, right? The way he like hides the archangel in the stained glass because he says like he's a what was it? An insult to the name. Like he probably doesn't like himself, so he doesn't see himself. And if no one gets near him to like potentially cut his hair, it explains why he looks the way he does.
How much pain that loneliness must have given him. How much despair he must carry in his heart. How much sorrow must be weighing down on him. So no. I will not leave. I will stay here with you.
Leave this place.
No, I will not.
Why? Why do you insist upon remaining in this house after learning what I can do? You have no reason to stay.
Tell me then, why do you try to drive me out? If you don't care for others as you say, if you're not concerned about anyone else, then what does it matter what I do?
Can I sense a hint of a frown there in his face?
What does it matter if I die to your curse? You're a very kind-hearted man. You've been watching out for me since the day I arrived, doing whatever you can do to not inadvertently kill me, to not inflict me with your curse.
No.
Here's what I think. No one capable of showing genuine care for others can honestly, truly dislike all people. They can't possibly be indifferent.
No,
That day we met before the stained glass window, you heard me out. You listened to my plight. You didn't try to chase me out. That day, I thought you were a good person. And I still believe that.
I simply assumed you would leave on your own when it was safe. I never thought you would be so foolish as to want to stay in a house like this with a man like me.
How does that make me foolish?
Do you not value your life? Yeah, he's getting a little annoyed here. Yeah, she got his ass, yeah. Are you not afraid of death? Do you not find me unpleasant?
The thing I fear most is loneliness. You're probably right that by now I could safely sneak away, get myself somewhere far from here. But even if I did, I would inevitably find myself in the same situation. The only way I can avoid that fate is to stay away from everyone, to live in solitude with no one to talk to. I know you understand how that feels. It terrifies me. I'm afraid of having to spend day after day with no one to talk to. No one to share my experiences, my thoughts, my feelings with. If that's what waits me out there, then I want to live with you. I want you to be an essential part of my life.
Impossible.
Please, don't chase me out.
Yo, anything but like a marriage proposal, right? Because holy hell. That was romantic as fuck. You are a cruel girl. Never again will I allow myself to get close to anyone, only to watch them die. Never again. Oh shit, so he's got some that's a lot to unpack there. Oh fuck. Okay, I'm glad he says it, because if I had to infer, I would have gone nuts. My mother was the first to die. It happened shortly after my birth. Next was my wet nurse. 2 deaths could be considered a coincidence. But as the numbers rose, it became clear that I was cursed.
and I was forbidden from making contact with anyone, even at home. Regardless, being in the same house, accidents will happen. Numerous people lost their lives. Attendants unfamiliar with me, and those who simply brushed up against me by mistake. Yeah, or there was a plague, could be a plague. Yeah, it feels like it could be a plague. Or an assassin, yeah. Like a deeper plot. But it would have to be someone close, no? To like, see like, oh yeah, oh Michelle touched this guy? Alright. That's chops, like it's over for this guy. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Because a plague is possible, but those were like identifiable, you know? The way the butterfly just up and died feels weird. But it could obviously be something else that killed the butterfly just then. I couldn't take it any longer. So you chose to move here, to this remote mansion, to keep yourself away from your family. You weren't imprisoned here. You elected to live alone so you wouldn't hurt anyone. For better or for worse, I was born into a noble house. So rather than abandon me, they've provided me the means to live out of sight. I'll be very careful. I'll do everything I can to ensure no accidents occur, to keep you from being alone again. I will not, for any reason, touch you. You have my promise. Your curse takes the life of anything you touch. I've been here for a while, and death will not have befallen me yet. As long as I do not touch you, there shouldn't be a problem. Also, and I apologize if this is simply me reading too much into things, but I feel like we're two of a kind. I fear being utterly alone more than anything, and I think you understand just how scary that is. Just 10 years of it has made this man numb. 10, 20 years, I don't know how old this guy is, but yeah, man's got that death touch like the Death Duke the Death Duke. We simply say it and people die. We've inherited this power from Sir Ika. So, why are you so stubbornly insistent on it being me? I'm sure there's someone else out there. Ah. Damn. That like self-worth moment, right? Like, ooh. Someone you're meant to be with. You may not have found them yet, but I believe someone like you eventually will. Because unlike me, you still have the vigor to press forward. It has to be you. I'm certain of it. Why? Because, well, You can't tell me. No, I can, just Please don't get upset with me. I think... Are we not gonna hear it? Oh, okay. I might really, really love you. Yeah, I mean... His was a power that evoked images of witches or demons, the unclean and the impure. A mere touch was all it took for him to strip man and beast alike of its life. God has quite a cruel streak to bestow such a power upon such a beautiful young man. And a strange power it was indeed, like something out of a fairy tale. Like something confined to words upon the page. It seemed otherworldly, unbelievable. Nonetheless, as he had demonstrated to the white-haired girl, his peculiar powers were indeed real.
That said, the world has its fair share of oddities. It just so happened that those curiosities tend to remain hidden away, known only to a few. Although you have laid eyes upon a number of unusual phenomena yourself, Master, the doors to the past through which we have passed, this very mansion, and as a matter of fact, the two of us. Now, as you just saw, the white-haired girl had found herself enraptured by this man and his accursed powers. How do you think Michelle acted in response to her proclamation? I don't know if he knew how to respond. I think he might have just hit the very well. And then walked off to his room to ponder. He had spent so long refusing to interact with others. Now, unable to interact with them. As such, he was unsure how to respond. After standing there expressionless for a few moments, he muttered, "How considerate." And with that, he returned to his chamber. Yeah, we got the reads on this man. Anything but the exact words. While he was not someone who wore his heart on his sleeve, I personally do not believe he was completely devoid of emotions. He had simply forgotten how to express them in his extended solitude. So I think he was, in that moment, in a state of complete panic. She had, after all, just assaulted him with a stream of incomprehensible declarations. That, knowing the truth, she still wished to remain in the mansion. And that, knowing the truth, she loved him. The love she had declared for Michelle was not a fleeting puppy love. There was genuine tenderness and warmth to her words. But he had gone through his life shunned, feared, pushed away. To him, that was normal. He had never given anyone reason to have any fondness for him. So he found himself utterly unsure how to take the affection she was showing. Of course, he was not the only one rattled by the whole affair. Oh dear. Several days had passed since Michelle had asked for some time to think. He had still yet to show himself again. Bro was just locked in that room, man. He's like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. This is my fault. I mean, it is your fault, but it's not a bad thing. The white-haired girl paced anxiously through the halls on the off chance she might run into him. As per his request, though, she kept her distance from his chambers. Nevertheless, she was beginning to worry about the fact that he had secluded himself away for so long. So she worked up her courage and made her way to his room. Well, if he was joking about not eating, she could just wait near the food, but that might also be starving him. We don't know how far he'll go to not eat. What if he doesn't want to see me ever again? I didn't consider I might be overstepping my bounds before opening my mouth. Every step she took was slow and laborious. Her mind raced with worry and doubt. I should at least tell him I'm sorry. Rather than out of a desire to know how he felt, she was compelled by guilt and a desire to apologize. After walking for some time, she arrived at a door sitting in an utterly unlit hallway. She drew in a breath of musty air, then let it out, repeating the process several times. Next, she reached her hand up to knock on the door, then pulled it back, also doing this a number of times. Oh, how adorable she was. I wanted nothing more than to give her a little nudge. After all, she was too sweet a girl for her worries to be anything but misplaced. Just can't find the courage. Maybe I should come back another day. But what's the point of waiting? I need to apologize and get the weight off his back now. She gathered her courage once more, this time determined she would do it. This time I'm really gonna do it! The white-haired girl moved her fist towards the door, which then swung open. What? Don't touch him! I'm sorry. Please, you must announce your presence. I almost walked right into you. Are you in that much of a hurry for a mishap? I'm sorry. And I believe I told you to stay away from my chamber. You did. So I spent a long time debating whether I would. But I decided I really wanted to tell you this. Oh, well, actually,
I'm truly sorry.
What?
The other day I could barely manage to get the words in my head all the way to my mouth. There was no room in my mind for anything else. I shoved my own thoughts and feelings into your face. Not considering that they might not be what you wanted. Just running non-stop, not thinking at all. I was terribly disrespectful to you, completely selfish. You're a kind-hearted man, I truly believe that. But you are only being courteous because you're a nice man. I'm sure you have little interest in the affections of a queer little girl. So, I would love if I could stay here. It'd be a wonderful blessing. But if you really don't want me here, if my feelings are imposing upon you, then I apologize. I'm sorry and I'll take my leave of this house.
What a way to get him to confess to. Him looking away is like, oh. He's not looking at her.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. My mind went blank for a moment.
What?
I find it difficult to comprehend you. The other day you were firm in your intentions to stay, and now you say you will leave without a struggle.
You holed up in your room for so long that I thought, you didn't want me around. To be honest, I want to stay here. I do.
I think you should do whatever pleases you.
Huh?
You can stay, or you can leave. I will not pressure you to do one or the other.
So, I'm not imposing?
To tell you the truth, I had to think about that for some time. However, I have now come to something of a solution. Since you're here, come into my room.
What? But I thought I wasn't allowed to...
To prevent what almost happened a few moments ago. So we don't accidentally run into each other.
Sorry.
You're forgiven. Now come in.
Okay. Is this a necklace?
If that's what it looks like to you, then I suppose that means I succeeded. Pick it up. Did he make her a necklace? That's cute. Not... Oh, that's wild, though. The cat bell, or the fucking... The little... What is it called? She's got a little bell on her neck to, let him know that she's around. There's, a word for that. I can't think of it right now. Is it just, a cat collar? No, right? A bell collar? It's probably just bell collar.
It has a little bell. It's adorable.
Please make an effort to wear that while you are in the house. Because it's so dark, there will always exist the risk that we might accidentally bump into one another. So I tried to come up with a way to reduce that risk.
Does that mean you didn't leave your room because you were working on this?
That's right. What other reason would I have?
I think most people would assume it was because they put you in a bad mood, or that you didn't want to see them.
I have little sense of how most people see the world.
Sorry. I appreciate it though. I'm really glad to know that you put so much thought into a life together with me.
It would be difficult not to, after the other day.
I'm so happy right now. I can't think of any better words to describe it. I couldn't be happier.
You're being dramatic. To tell you the truth, I feel a little bad about it.
Why?
It seems rather impertinent to affix a bell to someone. You're not livestock. You're a person.
That's why you turned it into a necklace. Thank you very much. I'll keep it on me at all times. I really, truly appreciate it, Lord Michelle.
Don't call me Lord, please.
Alright then, I'll just call you Michelle. And will you please call me Giselle?
The windows.
What?
If we could open the windows. Never mind. I was just thinking you wouldn't need the bell at all if we could get some light in here. Oh, and she does eventually open the windows. What a... I look forward to the day where they can be happy together.
Huh? They can't be opened?
They're rusted shut. All the windows have been shuttered for as long as I've been here.
I assumed you'd boarded them all up.
That was done long before I ever arrived. After so many years here, though, I hardly considered it an inconvenience anymore. It also serves to repel wanderers.
Oh, really?
Is there something odd about that?
No. It's just, I realized I had the wrong impression about a number of things. As I learn more, I see things in a different light. See you in a different light. And I'm sure there's still plenty more for me to learn. Of all the people I have ever met, you're perhaps the most
it's Michelle. Of all the people I've ever met, you're perhaps the most difficult to predict. Not only do you have no aversion to the darkness, The
dark has always been a close friend of mine. Which isn't to say I dislike the sun. Its light can simply be a bit too strong for me. I'm like some kind of unholy monster that can't be exposed to sunlight.
You are anything but unholy. My name would suit you. Much better than me. Wait. Could it be that when we saw her name in the story after this one, when we saw her name show up in Mel's or whatever, that she was calling herself Michelle instead of Giselle? And then after that, she was calling herself Mel. And after that... Bestie is kind of a weird one, though. But that... I mean, they all are, like, slightly effeminate names all the way up to Jacopo. I don't know if Jacopo sounds very, like, effeminate. But, like... I wonder if that means that Giselle... No. Because, like, what if the story goes farther back than this, you know? Oh, ugh, yuck. Why are we doing this noise? That day when I first saw Giselle, I was wary of her, apprehensive. I didn't want her anywhere near me. But, as my doubts about her faded, I began feeling something very different, as though the lump in my heart had been melted away. I began to yearn for her to be at my side, knowing full well it couldn't possibly last, knowing full well how foolish it was. I found myself captivated by her. Man, this distortion, this, like... Someone really just got in the mic and started ripping apart, like, oranges and shit, huh? Started scratching their hair. I found myself wishing to have her stay with me. What's going on, man? That was kind of freaky. Not once have we seen static like that. That was kind of scary.
and that marked the true beginning of their quiet days together in the dark mansion. They acknowledged and accepted each other's presence, no longer isolating themselves but actively, regularly conversing. As mundane as it might seem, it was something they had been unable to attain until then. Nevertheless, they were still somewhat fumbling around in the dark with one another, drawing closer and pushing away again. Michel, in his own ungraceful way, was beginning to open himself up to the things she said, and the white-haired girl was beginning to smile with greater frequency. They had taken to dining together, and her wish of learning to read was being granted.
I actually really, really like this couple more than any of the other couples so far. I mean, like, Jacopo and the white-haired girl could have worked if not for like all the tragic shit that was happening before that. But like, this is just like really nice. Like, because Bestia was using her as an anchor and Mel was using her as like a way to look away from the injustices of like the impoverished.
They had taken to dining together, and her wish of learning to read was being granted.
Have a good night, Mangaga. Thank you, Anna. Hope you have a good night as well. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the Corosters, by the way. We are a semi-serious Uma Musume club.
He taught her in the feeble light of a candle placed upon the table, the two sitting across from one another. Though Michel seemed to be well educated, he had not been instructed in the art of teaching, so he found the process quite grueling. But to the white-haired girl, the longer it took, the better. Her primary objective was, after all, to spend time with him. The days passed, and eventually she reached the point where her comprehension was adequate enough without assistance. Her next request, then, was for them to read together through a book. Have you read every book in the library?
No, I stopped looking at them after a while. Most everything I'm sent is dull, uninformative dreck. The Diary of a Lord. Foolish make-believe tales.
You're not fond of fiction, I take it.
What value is there in the lies and fantasies of others?
Stories can be invigorating. Tales of adventure can take you places you could never go. Legend
of Heroes? Legend of Heroes mention?
Legends of heroes, folklore, stories of otherworldly phenomena. They can be terrifying. They can be exhilarating. They may not be real, but they give you a little glimpse into the author's heart. Let you feel like you're seeing the same thing they saw.
Yeah, she is like putting it so succinctly, like, we are forever like a story head. You are a very empathetic girl. Fiction inspires nothing of the sort in me. However, perhaps long ago, it may have been able to, though I can no longer remember what it feels like. Interesting, giving me Once Upon a Time Rumpelstiltskin vibes.
I'm sure it'll come back to you. You're not an empty man. Sorry, I'm making you uncomfortable again. How about we read this book today?
It appears to be a collection of legends.
You haven't read this one yet, then? That's good to hear. It'll be more enjoyable if it's a new experience for the both of us. It looks like it's a record of local legends.
The book is divided into several sections, though it appears to be mostly superstitions.
I am curious what kind of stories this area has.
The two of them were looking down at a simple undecorated volume. As the white-haired girl had said, it seemed to be a collection of local legends passed down generation to generation. They sat across from one another at the table, her turning the pages and Michelle simply watching us to not brush against her.
Eventually, her eyes were drawn to a particular word on one of the pages, bringing her hand to a stop. The witch. That chapter detailed the story of a witch, or more precisely, said witch's curse. The story went something like this. We're gonna hear it. Oh, the way it's playing the main menu music now, too. There once was a witch skilled in the dark arts. She lived a meager but peaceful life alongside the other villagers. But then, a long drought struck the village, which the people blamed on the witch. The witch was sentenced to death, and as the fire blazed around her, smoke rose high into the air. The smoke soon became rain clouds, blessing the village with an end to the drought. The crops were revitalized, and the villagers fancied themselves heroes. However, the rain also brought madness upon the people. Though the earth below them was lush and fertile, the villagers were losing their minds. And they eventually began to take each other's lives.
Is this how the witch hunt started? More and more droughts kept happening, and more people were offered to the flame to bring in the rain, but the rain never came.
The witch still lived on, in the form of a curse. Many fell victim to the witch's curse, though it did not only take, it also fulfilled people's desires. The villagers had gone mad, but their wish for freedom from the drought had been granted. Thus, the legend has been passed down as follows. The witch will grant your wish in exchange for great sacrifice. As smoke in the sky, she watches down upon us from above. To reach the witch, climb for the heavens. But know that road is a road to destruction. People still believe the witch's legend even now, I suppose. And that's why I
face accusations of being a witch. This is not an area very welcoming to outsiders, especially one who stands out as much as you. What brought you to this region in the first place?
Mine is a story I'm sure you've heard before. I was cast out of my home. I come from a very poor family. We could barely even afford to keep everyone fed.
You know, it seems like every time, in every universe, or in every timeline, she's come from, like, poor beginnings, right? Well, no, that's not true. Because she came from a royal family in the Jacopo timeline. So never mind, I take it back. Not a pattern. Merely a coincidence.
I come from a very poor family. We could barely even afford to keep everyone fed. Being as weak as I am, it was only natural that I would be the first to go.
I see.
What I don't understand, though, is why the witch is said to grant people's wishes.
Yeah, right? Like, if someone burned me and I was a witch, like, nah, that ain't no wish, man. Like, I'm cursing them straight to hell.
That is to say, she had reason enough to hold a grudge, but not to give people things they asked for.
All we have to go on is a few pages. There's no saying what might have been changed or added over time. And it's almost certain the entire legend isn't written here. That said, if we are to accept everything as written, you can infer what the witch's reason might have been.
And that is...
If you truly want it that much, you can have it. But I'll make certain your suffering outweighs it. Oh, wow. Okay, Michelle's got that, like, reading comprehension. Like, I didn't get that on first read, but I really should have. In the Jacopo story, the girl was from a noble pedigree, but it was failing in an impoverished... Oh, so maybe that is a pattern then. Yeah, because I remember hearing that it was failing, but I didn't know if they were impoverished yet. So yeah, I guess like every life she's lived, she's always come from like being broken on the run. And like inversely, everyone that lives in this mansion seems to always be doing at least somewhat well off. Because I mean, although the story with Bestia started kind of like fucked up and like the house was shambles and like everything looked really bad, like he still was like Dutch Japanese, like a well-established trader who seemed to get away with quite a lot. And were he to stick with it, I feel like he would have become very, very rich. So like, I don't know, maybe there's something there too. It's like the rich are always yearning for something else that like their money and their like materials can't grant them. Oh, so every single one of the characters, yeah, you know what, that is fair, because every single everyone who has been the master of the mansion has always sought connection. It didn't have to be for the same reasons, because it obviously wasn't for the same reasons for a lot of these characters, but every single one of them wished for connection in some way, shape, or form, I guess. And then every single one of them has suffered for it. Despair that comes after a moment of happiness is far more agonizing than despair alone. I presume that is why the witch decided to grant people's wishes.
That is one way to look at it. May I ask you something?
Go on.
When I first arrived here, you told me that a cursed witch used to live in this mansion. After reading this legend, I am now finding it hard to believe you made that up simply to scare me away.
I appropriated the tale, nothing more. It is said the witch was born in this house.
What?
Quite the place my family found for me. But it was a clever decision putting me here, I think. Not many people are likely to come near a house with such pedigree.
But... no, never mind. That makes sense. I suspect I know what she was going to say then. If the witch is said to grant wishes, then wouldn't that also attract people who desperately want something? They do not care what price they must pay. And perhaps she was correct.
That's how you spell that word? Oh, word? Which word? Pedigree? Oh, maybe? I've always known pedigree for the dog food. Hocus pocus time. I mean, it might not be pedigree. I'm just kind of like firing from the hip, guessing what it is.
Perhaps there had been those who had come to the mansion chasing after the legend. And perhaps they had encountered Michelle, touched him, and lost their lives. On that day in the garden, he had said, "Many things are buried here." Perhaps that included such visitors.
Oh. So he could have actually been the start for sure. If this house gets attacked, I am waiting for him to be like, "I'm gonna touch every last one of you motherfuckers," but like out of context.
I wonder if that story might be more than mere superstition.
If the Witch of Legend really did exist, what would you do?
Huh. It might be nice to talk to her, maybe.
That's all. Really.
I feel a little bad for her, though. The only people who ever visit her are there to ask for something, after all. I can only imagine just how lonely that might be.
Huh. Maybe I have it all wrong. Maybe... Well, no, I never outright said it. Because, like, the white-haired girl is not the witch. People presume she's the witch. But in every door, she is also getting what she wishes for until it's taken away from her. So that would kind of make it true that maybe everyone who's ever inhabited the house as the master is the witch. I'll put a spell on you, the song plays. I was kind of surprised the other day. I think I saw a post of someone saying like, oh, Thriller is like the number like 18 on like the top Halloween songs of all time. And like it made me think like, what Halloween songs are out there? Because on God, I could probably only call out Thriller, Monster Mash, and like, I don't know, maybe like Spooky Scary Skeletons, like. So I was like, huh, crazy. The Halloween music industry, I don't think about it very often. But apparently if Thriller is 17, I must be missing out on quite a lot. I mean, I'm saying 17, but I don't remember the actual number. It might have been like 7 or something. I can only imagine just how lonely that must be. I swear I cannot comprehend the way your mind works. Sorry. Here's a song to listen to think about it. Wait. My desktop audio plays, so I'm gonna have to be quick on the draw to stop this from playing. Cast me a spell. Huh. Interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen this song before. We will give it a listen, though. We'll keep it in our tabs. Sorry. Although... If we assume the legend is true, I have an idea what climb for the heavens might mean. Oh? The mansion has an observation tower. Or I suppose what used to be an observation tower. At any rate, it is quite a tall structure. This is the house where the witch was supposedly born. A tower reaching for the heavens seems like the perfect place to find her, if she really is here. Yes, I remember seeing a rather tall structure as I first approached the mansion. Would you like to see it? Of course. Please, lead the way. The two of them left the library and made their way to the room with the stained glass window. At the far end of the room were the stairs to the observation tower. The tale of the witch had piqued the white-haired girl's interest, inspiring her to put herself forward to satisfy that curiosity. She had, after all, been accused of being a witch herself, so she undoubtedly felt an affinity to the legend. What a sweet girl she was. What are we gonna find up there? Is it gonna be as decrepit as we found it in the present? Or in the void? In our pocket dimension? With Michelle in the lead, the two climbed a long, long spiral staircase. There were many more stairs than the white-haired girl had anticipated, and she soon found herself short of breath. Rectangular windows were carved out of the stone in regular intervals. Peering through one of them, she could see a village in the distance. A pleasant, cool, high-altitude breeze brushed across their face. Yeah, in our domain. In the domain expansion. The witch's domain expansion. After much climbing, they finally arrived at the top, where a door made of partially rotted wood stood. So still rotted, still old, still ancient. Michelle pulled open the door, revealing a small room with no windows or a door in sight. No windows or doors in an Wait, what? Well, besides the door we entered in, I have to imagine, but like, it's an observation tower. Why is it closed off? This is the top of the tower? Despite it being called an observation tower, you could hardly observe anything from here. Her face contorted in confusion. The white-haired girl threw her gaze about the room. Glancing up, she saw only a darkened ceiling.
and slightly below it a single small window through which shone a little ray of light.
Oh, very like Rapunzel, huh?
The beam cleaved through the darkness like the sharpened blade of a beautiful sword. The darkness draped over the rest of the room only served to make more impressive that solitary ray of light. It had a magical fairy tale quality to it. As if being pulled in by it, she drew towards the light. I suspect there was once a large window in this room. If you look closely, you can see seams in the stone of the wall. The color of the stones differs slightly on either side of the seams. I presume something caused them to seal off the window after it was built.
I don't like the sentence with the sword. The sharpened blade of a beautiful sword. I mean, it's very visual. I think it's a good way to describe it. Like a beam of light, you know? With a distinct cutoff point.
Though I don't know what that something might be.
I feel like he's getting more inflection. Oh, pretty. He's getting more inflection in the way he speaks.
When Michelle's eyes fell upon the white-haired girl wrapped in that beam of light, he sputtered to a stop. The man who never flinched at anything, who had long since distanced himself from such stirrings of the heart, was utterly bewitched.
The ear, though? I like it.
He had never seen her illuminated so vividly before, and he was having a great deal of trouble finding the words to describe her striking beauty. For someone who had been chased out of her home and accused of being a witch, the white-haired girl looked less like a practitioner of the dark arts, and more like one of the host of heaven. Michelle undoubtedly felt the same way, for his gaze was affixed firmly upon her.
Smilge! Smilge! Visual novel game? Yes, we are visual novel maxing. Hello, hello. Yeah, this is indeed a visual novel.
Dazzling, isn't it? Like a staircase leading to heaven.
Yes, perhaps so. Did she not like that?
Is something the matter?
No, I'm fine. It is our way of sitting down and storytelling.
You know, it feels like there's something odd in the air here. It feels like someone actually might be listening. If the witch were to speak to you, what would...
Oh, that was Michelle.
If the witch were to speak to you, what would you say to her? I would ask her to tell me her true feelings. To tell me what kind of person she was, and what kind of pain she had to endure. I just want to know what she felt. This woman people branded as a witch.
Yeah, because that would be finding someone to relate to with her, right? Maybe she wants to know if what she feels is exactly what a witch would be feeling. With the way people have always called her and chased her around and been like, hey, you witch, like, let's burn you. Like, it would be like, kind of like an act of confirmation.
The legend was written from a neutral perspective. It's possible she was a fearsome witch. It is also possible she wasn't. I get the feeling she was just persecuted. Like me.
Yeah, see, there it is.
Like me and you.
Unlike you, I truly am impure.
Disagree all you want, but my touch kills. I am a strange, incomprehensible, irrational creature. Or maybe I'm not even a living thing. A living being. And that's why when I touch something that is, I bring them death.
Like a lich.
If only I actually were a witch. If only I actually had some kind of extraordinary power. regardless of whether it came from God or the devil. Then I would be able to grant people's wishes.
My wish need not be granted.
But it's what I want too. I wish to be able to touch you. I would be perfectly content with nothing changing, with us never being able to touch one another. I would be more than happy with that. But I'm allowed to dream, aren't I? It doesn't have to be in this life.
Oh, okay, that was something else I was kind of thinking too. Like, every master is like an iteration of themselves. That was her wish, and it was granted. She got to be with them every step of the way, like throughout eternity. But like, they just never knew. And that was the suffering. That was the caveat to the wish. They would always like pass each other. They would be able to interact with each other, but never more than that. What was it? Like 2 ships passing at night? No, I mean, they are like interacting, but like they never get to stay together. The monkey's paw curled.
I pray the day will come that we can get closer, even if it has to happen in another life.
Happiness is very much a stranger to me. But am I allowed to dream too?
You are.
I will never touch you. I swear it. But I would like to dream about it. I would like to imagine placing my hand upon your cheek.
You can. Reach your hand out for me.
Wait, is he? Oh, they're both imagining it together? That's so sweet.
I'll imagine it too. I'm imagining your fingers running through my hair, brushing up against my skin. I can feel your warmth.
There was a wall between them, a wall they could not cross. For if they did, it would mean the white-haired girl's death. No matter how much they yearned for it, they could not touch one another, so they did so within the confines of their imagination, envisioning it in as much detail as they could manage. It was sad but sweet, a moment of pristine, untainted beauty. The two of them emanated serenity, as fitting as the word cursed might have been to the mansion as a whole. At the top of the observation tower, a pure bond was being shared. A fleeting moment between a young man with a cursed touch and a kind-hearted, beautiful girl. The dream did not last long, no, for God is quite cruel. They simply wanted to be together. That was all. Their wish was hardly unreasonable. Only a quiet, peaceful life together. But misfortune was creeping ever nearer, its footsteps growing more and more pronounced. So now I'm wondering if what we saw in that flashback with the curtains and stuff, if what we saw in that flashback with the curtains and them lighting the light into the master bedroom was like their imagination. Like, every room was us entering the mind of the previous master. And that was like all they ever wished for. Or no. Because why would Jacopo wish to endlessly play billiards? Why would Mel Unless they wished for Unless they believe themselves to suffer for what they did to the white-haired girl. They wished for punishment.
Is someone at the door? The flow of time was hazy within the mansion's walls. They had little way of telling whether it was night or day, preventing them from knowing exactly how much time has passed. The white-haired girl had made a habit of climbing the observation tower every so often to see whether the sun was up, which allowed her to approximate the time of day. Also get her steps in, right? She said that was like a bunch of steps and she got winded. That is her keeping her fitness. Consequently, when she heard the knock at the door, she was not aware just how deep the night was outside. The forest and beast alike lay quietly at rest. All right, the store and the cellars are almost exhausted. Must be the month's delivery. Not thinking it was worth bothering Michelle over, she made her way out of her chambers and headed for the entrance. There had only been a single knock, leading her to conclude that, as before, the servant had simply left the box outside the door. At night, though? Last time the servant left it in the day. I don't know. So without a second thought, she opened the door. And there she saw a strange, vagrant man standing in the moonlight. It's the hash-singing slasher. And the lights will flicker on and off. And the walls will ooze green slime. Wait, was that the same one? No, that was Nosferatu. The hash-singing slasher was also SpongeBob though, right? Where was that? It's been ages. His clothes were tattered, his bearded face bony and emaciated. She gasped, shrinking back several paces. Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, maybe it is. And then Nosferatu walks down the stairs and they're like, oh yeah, there's no hash-singing slasher. It was just Nosferatu the whole time. Nothing scary. Okay, yeah. What? Oh my, no way. Impossible. I was going to say, what if this was Bestia, but this is like way earlier. Yeah, it's Bestia. Okay, we're of the same mind, Flash. She gasped, shrinking back several paces. The heavy door began to swing shut, but the man forced it open, glaring down at her with unfocused eyes and mumbling. Are you the witch? Are you the witch that'll grant people wishes? It was in that moment that the white-haired girl realized she had been careless. The man had sought out the mansion because he believed the legend of the witch, and he did not seem particularly right of mind. Perhaps a result of wandering through the forest for several days, or perhaps it was because he was so beaten down that he had thought to ask for a witch's help. In a word, he seemed mad. No, there is no witch here. Sure there is. Don't you lie to me. I can hear the witch's voice. She led me to this house. I promise you there isn't. Now please, be on your way. Have you any idea how long it took to find this place? How many days I've gone without food or water? And you're telling me to get lost? I don't know what you want from me. I'm happy to give you a little food, so please. Is there really no witch? There's no witch here. It's nothing but a legend. If she does exist, she doesn't live here. I see. And that means you're just an ordinary person. Just a person. Just a girl. So there ain't a thing you can do. No, get away from me. What are you doing? We are in the Dark Ages. Why waste time waiting for you to get me a little grub when I can just take it all? I'm starving here. I'm so hungry I could eat human. You're about to commit a grievous sin. Are you not ashamed to act in defiance of God?
God? If I believed in God, would I come begging to a witch? I don't fear him, and I sure as hell don't fear people. Who's gonna show up at a house in the middle of nowhere? Who's gonna call me out? Who's gonna stop me? No one, that's who. No one's gonna stop me, and no one's gonna offer me salvation.
Alright, I'm gonna need Michelle to come in and just like tap him on the head. Real quick, a little light touch for our man here.
Ah, there's a thought. You're a woman, so before I kill you... What are you doing? What? There's other people here.
The white-haired girl lay pinned on the floor beneath the yelling bandit, pleading for help with her ruby eyes. As soon as Michelle grasped the situation, he tossed his candlestick aside and leapt for the man. The candlestick gave a sharp clang when it hit the floor. The impact extinguished the flame, bringing the mansion to near perfect darkness. Something glinted in the bandit's hand, and then, without hesitation, he thrust it at Michelle. Michelle!
How stupid must you be to come at me unarmed?
In his hand, the man held a knife, its tip dripping with Michelle's blood. Red spilled from the gash in his arm, the flow growing heavier with each passing moment.
You're the only other person here by the looks of it, eh? Perfect, I'll take you both out.
You
What?
don't appear to know whose house you tried to break into.
What are you on about?
Regret your ignorance to your very last breath.
You're messed up in the head, you madman. Aye, stand the old back. Take one more step and... Oh, the hand!
I inherited the witch's curse.
Let go!
Michelle clutched the man's face in one hand. The man raised his knife to strike back, but...
What's happening?
The strength drained from his fingers, the knife falling to the floor. The man writhed in Michelle's grip.
My face! I can't breathe!
Leave this place immediately. Though you won't get far afflicted with my curse. We can call Michelle Mr. Hands. He used touch, it was super effective. Helpless to fight back, nay, helpless to even consider fighting back, the bandit fled from the mansion in terror. In his wake, only the white-haired girl and a bleeding Michelle remained. Who's gonna help Michelle, though? I hope he knows how to take care of that cut. I just saw a man's life drained from him. His face withering away, sucked completely dry. I didn't doubt him, but dear God, that was quite disturbing for you, I'm sure. No, not at all. It's my fault anyways, if I hadn't been so careless. Your arm, we need to get that wrapped up. Please don't touch me. You mustn't touch me. The wound is hardly fatal. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. No. A degree of blame falls on me for saying nothing. Next time someone comes to the door, let me know. I'm sorry. Please, you don't need to apologize. I am... well... yes? For once, I'm actually proud of myself. Yeah. He was finally able to use that curse to do some good. In his eyes. Yeah. There it is. Proud that I could use this terrible ability of mine to do something more than just take life. To protect someone I care about. So like I said, please don't apologize. Alright. Thank you. Yo, maybe I can be a writer. But I just have to steal from everything I've ever read and watched and played my entire life. I will simply steal every trope that I love. Michelle? I'm glad you're here. I care about you too. Thank you. Had the flame of Michelle's candle not gone out when he threw it to the floor, he would have seen a heartfelt smile on the white-haired girl's face, and she would have seen a flush of red, awkward smile on Michelle's normally blank face. Not steal, take inspiration and view the TV tropes page. He might have also seen a little glimmer on her cheek, where a few drops of his blood had landed. No, man! No! But alas, they had no light. I hope that's not enough, but she's probably gonna get sick, huh? That's gonna be really sad. Oh, this is gonna be so heartbreaking, man. If this story ends with them finally touching, because, like, there is no guarantee that Giselle can even live anymore, and, like, her last wish is, like, to finally feel Michelle at, like, her deathbed. Man. The collapse of their happiness came slowly, gradually. Perhaps it was because she had touched his blood instead of his skin. Like with Gambit and Rogue. Not quite familiar with that. But the deterioration of the white-haired girl's health crept along at a relaxed pace. Life was not sucked out of her in the blink of an eye, as it had been from the bandit. She merely grew progressively less and less healthy. Yeah, X-Men. We actually are surprisingly very, like, X-Men ignorant. I've only watched I watched the Marvel show from, like, the 90s, you know? Oh, I had no idea. I actually kind of forgot if that was her thing. Yeah, Rogue can't touch people or she'll drain their life force and harm them? Oh, damn. Damn, that sucks. Right, Gambit's explosive card movement man with the bow staff. We're fake fans. I've forgotten. Yeah, 97 was wild. I watched so many of those, like, cartoons because of my brother, honestly. When we took trips out to, like, Vietnam and, like, other, like, countries in, like, Southeast Asia, he was always, like, really good about, like, keeping shows on a hard drive for us to watch. Because, like, of course, like, not knowing the local language, TVs and stuff were, like, kind of nothing. And equipped with simply, like, one Game Boy with Pokemon Emerald and whatever other games I was rocking at the time, it was good to have something else to watch. To partake in while we were, like, in the hotel room or, like, in the, like, residence at, like, family houses and stuff. So I watched all of, like, Spider-Man and X-Men and, Aqua Teen Hunger Force. a lot of random shows, but yeah, particularly Spider-Man is, like, the big one. Yeah. She merely grew progressively less and less healthy. Damn, talking about those Cartoon Network shows, though. Yeah, Teen Titans, Justice League, Mucha Lucha. Of course, I'm a big fan of, like, Courage, Billy and Mandy. Foster's is pretty good. What else was I... Y'all remember, like, My Gym Partner's a Monkey? Yeah, Aqua Teen was wild. Yeah, so many of those old Adult Swim shows were, like, really, really good.
Like, one of my favorite shows, kind of all time. Y'all ever watch Moral Oral? It is insanely dark. Like, to a incredible degree, insanely dark. But I think in a similar way to like Fata Morgana, it kind of shows like the beauty and like the imperfection of humanity. Right? Yeah, Rolf and the Old Country lore was great. Ed and Eddie was my show growing up. Yeah, speaking of coming of age Flash, like I feel like Moral Oral is like the dark version of that, but like it ends up in a good place. And like I think there's a lot of lessons in that show too. The episode of camping was crazy. Yeah, one of the worst dads in all of media, gotta say. Amidst her physical decay, she was bestowed with one blessing. Her beauty remained untouched. Oh, whatever happened to Robot Jones? The art style for that was so cool. Alright, we're just on like Nostalgia Avenue right now. Yeah, Clay was actually insane. Liberto, like, everyone had their problems in that show, but like, Clay was like the inciting incident for like so much bad shit. It was like rough, man. That kid did not have like a good time. It just goes to show though, like, it is one of those, like I said, despite like all the shit that happened, like he still came out okay. Like I'm glad that the show ended on that note, which makes it one of like the all-timers for me. Like it doesn't matter, like it's about like overcoming and being like better than what came before you. Yeah, amidst her physical decay, she was bestowed with one blessing. Her beauty remained untouched. But as far as blessings went, surely there were others she could have been granted. Could God have not picked something a little better for her? By the time the two of them had realized what was happening, it was already too late. The white-haired girl had grown so weak she could hardly leave her bed. Yes. Oh, you are there. I am. Thank goodness. I can't see very well anymore. How could this happen? I thought I had saved you, but no. I did the exact opposite. Please, don't talk that way. You did save me that day. But you're on the cusp of death now. It's my fault. Because of this curse I bear. How? How could this happen? Yeah, the emotion in his voice now too. He was never this questioning, this like, there were no exclamation points, there were no question marks. He simply said when they first met. And like, he's finally opened up. They never got to have that moment with the open window. That had to have been his wish. Maybe I was onto something about the previous masters just wishing to suffer because of what they did. How they felt about what they did. And Michelle is the only one who believed at the end that he eventually came to terms, maybe. He just believed Giselle when she said it wasn't his fault. Maybe. And chose to like not? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, sadly I never got to finish Code Lyoko. The ended cable subscription after a few years and ended around that time. Yeah, I don't think I ever finished Code Lyoko 2, but I remember going to a friend's house after school and watching it. We would swap between Code Lyoko and like Haunting. I think it was Haunting? A Haunting? Is that why I'm scared of ghosts? On Discovery Channel, they used to have a show called like Haunting or like A Haunting. And they would just go to like ghost houses and stuff and talk about their stories. And like have like dramatizations and stuff and be like kind of spooky. I think that was what it's called. Why did this have to happen? What am I? Why was I given this body? Michelle.
Can I, ask you a favor?
Go ahead.
Stay with me, please. As much as you can, until the very end.
I was going to do as much anyways.
Thank you. I'm happy, Michelle. Happier than I've ever been. And I mean that. You didn't just save my life. You saved me. I've been saved. But only me. I wonder how I'll handle things when I'm gone. If only I hadn't opened that door that day, I wouldn't be leaving him all alone. We could be happy together for even longer.
Yes.
Would you please hold my hand? I think it's probably safe now.
I will not. I cannot touch you. If I do, I might take what remains of your life. Take your beauty away and force you to die hideous. I cannot touch you. That's gotta be what he regrets the most. The distortion, it's really scary. Round here, it's here. Did the guy manage to get to the town and say, like, the witch exists? Come kill the witch? On his way back from the washroom several days later, Michelle heard muffled voices. Got it? I'm good. He was having trouble making out what they were saying, but he could tell it was several men. They were outside the front door. The fact that he could hear them at all through the heavy door meant they were probably shouting quite loudly. An indescribable sense of uneasiness came over him. Dread. He drew nearer to the door and focused on the voice on the other side. They grew clearer, enough for him to make out what the men were saying. Everything's in place. We're ready to kill this witch now. This is definitely the place. That half-dead bandit said she was in this mansion. Listen, well, no matter what we find in here, we kill it. Could be a child for all I care. That doesn't change anything. Kill the witch. Kill the witch! Kill the witch! Kill the witch! What he heard beyond the door was a group of men shouting for the death of the witch. In that moment, Michelle regretted his decision to let the bandit go free and not watch over him until the final moments of his demise. He must have made his way down to the village in search of help, where he revealed what he had found at the mansion. Damn it! But it was too late. Regret would solve nothing. He could neither stop the villagers from raiding the house, nor could he stop the white-haired girl from dying to the effects of his curse. He was helpless to do anything. The gears of his fate had locked him onto a path of tragedy, and were turning mercilessly onward. The men had begun trying to break down the door with what sounded like a battering ram. While the first strike was not enough to breach the barrier, it was quite powerful. He was certain it would not hold for long. Michelle's mind raced. Was there anything he could do about this predicament? Yo, I'm just saying, it's dark in here. He could play like a game of fucking horror with these guys. Kill every single last one of these motherfuckers. But like, I don't know if that's him. That would taint the image Giselle maybe has for him. But like, Is it? Is it him living up to the namesake? Would this be him dispensing judgment on those who judged her? Is it fair? How could he escape from the corner he had been backed into? Despite his possessing inhuman powers, he would be powerless against a full mob of adult men. The villagers almost certainly came armed as well.
Michelle.
A weak voice came from behind him. Aghast, he spun around to find the white-haired girl stumbling towards him. She breathed heavily, leaning against columns for support. What are you doing out here? You'll only worsen your condition by exerting yourself.
I had a sinking feeling, and I heard noises on my way here. Seems that I have brought all my misfortune upon you.
Don't say that.
If I hadn't come here, this would have never happened. You never would have been in any danger. Please, Michelle, hand me over to the men outside.
Absolutely not. I will not do such a thing.
They're here for the witch, aren't they? I'm guessing they're the same people who were chasing me before. The village had a poor harvest this year, I hear. Like the village in the legend. And they believe it's the witch's curse.
But you're not a witch.
They need someone to fill the role, though. So please, hand me over. And then escape on your own.
I could never.
Please, Michelle.
I'm the one who's cursed, not you. And you want me to hand you over?
What would I have left then? Nothing. Not a thing. I would have nothing.
Okay. I'm gonna cook. I want to cook for a second. I think I know what's gonna happen. I think Michelle is gonna... He is going to kill Giselle. He is going to, you know, give her that touch. To, like, free her. To absolve her of having to face the mob. But I don't think he's going to kill the mob. I think he's going to let the mob kill him. As, like, a form of, like, atonement. And maybe by taking on that, like, pain, that suffering, he would feel guilt-free. And then, like, in his mind, maybe his last thought was the imagination, the thought of him being in that room with Giselle, waking up together with the curtains opening and the light shining on them. That would be so sad, man. But, like, man. After so long, I finally found someone who isn't afraid of me, who won't run. I have no interest in a world that would take you away from me, make me live alone once more. To hell with such a world. Well, I gotta say, me saying that out loud kind of got me a little, like, shaky voice, man. Like, that would hit so deep.
Michelle.
Would you? Would you be willing to die with me?
If that's what you wish, then stay with me until the very end. I probably wanted to hear that just as much as him. No, not probably. I did. I wanted to have someone at my side as much as him. It's so lonely not having anyone. To live alone. To die alone. To not have anyone watching over you. For no one to even know you're dead. I simply wanted someone to tell me they're here for me. To be there. To hold my hand. How wonderful that would be. The sense of utter relief it would bring would be enough to cast away all the pain. To allow me to accept all her suffering. So please, tell me you'll...
And so they go up to the tower. Michelle and the white-haired girl chose to spend their final moments at the top of the observation tower. They could hear the crash of the battering ram against the door, the shouts of the men, and the stomping feet. But despite all that, the ray of light shining through the little window was as beautiful as always. The room's air of serenity remained unimpeached. After the long climb to the top... Hold on. After the long climb to the top, the white-haired girl was terribly out of breath. Michelle considered several times offering her his hand. But the possibility that doing so might rob her of her last scraps of life stayed his hand. It sounds like they broke the door. I'm glad we made it up here when we did. I'm sorry for asking this of you. Don't be. I would have chosen here for my final moments as well. This is the one place in this mansion with any sunlight. The one place I can get a good look at you.
Thank you. I'm truly glad that I was able to end up here. That I was able to meet you. And more than anything, that you said you cared about me. Have I managed to become an essential part of your life?
Do you even need to ask? I wouldn't be here otherwise. I feel the same way you are. I feel the same way as you. I'm sure of it.
The two of us are probably more similar than you care to admit. Can I ask you one more thing?
Go on.
Would you embrace me? If this is to be the end, if this is to be my last chance, then I don't want it to end without having been able to touch you. Please, don't refuse me this, Michelle. Just do it. Please.
I won't keep you waiting long.
Thank you.
The truth is, I always wanted this. I dreamed of being able to hold you.
I dreamed of it too. Thank you. I'm so very...
We're holding it in. We're holding it in. We're staying strong. She's still so beautiful. What a cruel joke. Could you not have given us some other miracle?
One that would allow us both to survive. Where are you? Where'd you get off to? I can't find her, damn it.
Hey, there's some stairs over there. They lead up.
Beneath the single ray of light, the white-haired girl lay completely still. Not even a frail sigh escaped her closed lips. She remained as gorgeous as ever. It was as though she had simply fallen asleep in the sunlight. Looking down upon her, Michelle determined to do one thing. I will not allow anyone to sully this sight. He gave a fleeting glance back at her pristine corpse, then opened the door and stepped through it alone. He would protect that room where she lay.
Ah, fuck me, man. Hey, someone's up there. So this is where you've been hiding, you infernal witch.
Are they gonna mistake him for her because of his long hair? Are they gonna assume that they're the witch because of the long hair?
Wait, that's not the girl.
The raucous sound of their footsteps rang up from below. Shortly thereafter, the men themselves came into view. As he had expected, they were heavily armed. He glowered at the men, then sucked in a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. I am the witch you seek. I have inherited her curse, and it is I who bring calamity upon you.
Hear that? But he's a man or woman, it doesn't matter.
Wait, why did I default to that voice?
Deaf to anyone who has ties to the witch. Cleanse this earth of all impurity. Kill him, kill him, kill him!
Michelle did not flinch at the sight of the men. He stood unyielding between them and the door. He did not flinch when they raised their weapons against him, nor when they pierced his body. Damn, man. What a guy.
Die, and take your curse with you.
I have no need for his life any longer. It's all yours. I am cursed to kill even that which I wish to protect. But at the very least, I can protect one thing before my life is done. Not even one of you will leave this place. Wither and die by my curse. The blood spilling from his skewered body flowed down the stairs, down and down like a little river, soaking the feet of every single man who had stormed the mansion. This was the last thing he saw before the final grains of life slipped between his fingers, which brought a faint smile to his lips. Oh, I'm not ready for this, man. If they cut back to the fucking scene of them waking up. Neither of them had expected what happened next, though. For God has a most twisted sense of humor. The white-haired girl had not miraculously passed away without being robbed of her beauty. Why am I still alive? She had, rather, not passed away at all. Quite cruel of him, was it not? Michelle? Where have you gone, Michelle? Michelle. I smell blood. For had he allowed her to die, she would not have been made to witness the scene that awaited her. No. No. And I am sure you know just what it was she laid eyes upon in that moment. The ravaged corpse of her beloved. A torrent of blood streaming down the spiral staircase. And the sickening stench it raised. No. Why? And his was not the only body. The villagers who had assaulted the mansion had been subjugated to his curse. The life drained from their withered shells. Why did this? Michelle, why? Why am I the only one still alive? That is a question I cannot answer either. Perhaps his curse did not affect those he loved, as terribly cruel as that might be. I cannot say. Why? You said we would go together. A world without you has no meaning. Had she actually expended her life there in the room at the top of the tower, perhaps this tale could have had a happy ending. She would have at least been able to have the man she loved at her side until her very last moments upon this earth. But that was not what was transpired. She had survived, but left utterly alone. I felt a profound pity for the miserable girl, so I called out to her. The maid finally She's the witch! I mean, of course, right? Of course. Would you like to see him once more? What? I have the power to help you meet him again. Who's there? Where are you? You know what they call this mansion. So who do you suppose remains on these grounds? No way. You're from the legend. You actually exist. Now I asked you a simple question. Would you like to see him again? The witch grants people's wishes, but at a price. I said I wouldn't ask for her assistance if I met her, but that all changed. Now that I've lost him, if it's truly possible, then yes, I want to see him. Bring him back to life. Regrettably, I cannot directly meddle with the forces of life and death. However, I can guarantee you this. Your reconstruction. Reconstruction? Correct. To ensure that you remain as yourself in future lives and are not reborn as someone else, your body and mind shall be reconstructed. As shall his. Wait, it is what we said! It is exactly what we said! If you sincerely wish to reunite with one another, if you genuinely need each other in your lives, you will eventually meet again. All I can promise you is eternal reconstruction. What you make of it is up to you. You want to see him again, don't you? You want to hear his voice again, don't you? You want to feel his hand on your cheek once more, don't you? If that's what you want, then you must remain who you are. If you are simply reborn, that wouldn't be you. Fuck, and that explains why every single time, the factors remain consistent.
every single condition was met for every like semblance of like love to be found, I guess. But I guess only she made it in a way. And her conditions may not have changed, but Michelle certainly did.
So there wouldn't be any point, would there? Me as I am, and he as he is. Make up your mind quickly. I will not wait long. I want to see him again. As you wish, sweet little girl. I shall grant you both eternal reconstruction, and pray with all my heart that you can attain true happiness. Shortly thereafter, the white-haired girl took her own life. She decided she had nothing to gain by remaining in the present time, and that in order to reunite with Michelle, she needed to make her way to the next life. And thus, the mansion was left bereft of a master, to travel slowly through the ages until someone came along to give it life once more.
Damn! Damn! So what is the mansion? Where are we?
But an unfathomable amount of time has passed, and the two have still yet to reunite. Have they, Master? You know now who you are, do you not? You remember everything now, do you not? You were present in every single era. The reason for which is, as I described in your previous tale.
Could this be the method of reconstruction? Her guiding the soul through every life to keep the hunt, the chase for that love alive?
Because you yearned to be reunited with someone, but that person never showed up, in any era. And poor sweet you, having no memory of that, lived those lives with other men. Is it any surprise misfortune befell those eras then?
The door swung closed. Why didn't he come back? But rather than outside, you and the maid were inside the dull monochrome room at the top of the observation tower. Wait, so we were also right about us being the white-haired girl. We're Giselle. Unless we're the guy? Could we be Michelle? No, right? I don't know. Because, like, if we're the master of the house, we could be Michelle, stuck in here. It explains all the darkness, too. I mean, wow, huh? The awe-inspiring ray of light shone not through the lone window high upon the stone wall. Wrapped in a curious impenetrable darkness, you both stood alone in the room. The maid wore a gentle but brutally cold smile as she looked straight at you. It is not your fault misfortune befell upon you. The only force to blame for that is fate. You were always so kind, so pure of heart. You had boundless trust for others and the goodness of people. You were the very image of all that is right. There is no greater misfortune than someone as pure and as beautiful as you. Though we could be Giselle. I mean, I know Michelle was kind of like pure and like beautiful and pretty to look at. Like he didn't seem to have like any anger in his soul up until the very end, but that was more like judgment than it was like, you know, like, oh, I hate people, you know? So like I can excuse him that, like, but you know, it could be, we're still like, the jury's still out is what I'm saying. Second meme's done. Thank you. We will be sure to check them out after the stream. In this case, I am like so invested. I want to see where it's going, and we're already like overtime. So I want to get to like a good point, but like, man, this game has got a grip on my soul.
Being mercilessly thrown into the grinding gears of tragedy again and again. I still pity you for everything you had to go through. You poor, poor soul. You must be utterly exhausted. Constantly betrayed. The man you were waiting for never appearing.
Okay. We're Giselle. Unless...
After so long, your spirit worn down to the bone, you lost any and all awareness of who you even were. Who were you hoping to find wandering into this illusory mansion, cut off from the real world? You and I are the only ones here. The man you seek is nowhere to be found. Have you still not figured it out? Then allow me to tell you everything. I am the cursed witch, Morgana, who haunts this mansion. And you are the tragic plaything of fate, the white-haired girl named Giselle. Did my calling you master confuse you? If so, then I apologize. My habit of calling the master, or mistress of the house master, is quite deeply ingrained. And yes, that means precisely what you think it does. That I have accepted you as my new master. That I wish for you to remain here. To stay with me. So let us put an end to this journey. Do not worry, there is nothing to fear. We are simply going to step outside the river of time. Nothing unpleasant will ever happen to you again. I will be here with you for all eternity, and I will give you my utmost care. You will not have to wait for anyone.
Is this Morgana's tragic Yuri?
Forget about him, the man you once sought. And I am sure you shall find happiness. Please, do it for me. I have been waiting for you for so very long. I have wanted nothing more than to see you again.
Yeah, getting that Pearl from Steven Universe treatment is right.
But you were continually stolen away from me, despite my sincerest desire to spend my days with you. Which is why I wanted you to recall everything.
You know, come to think of it, if Morgana knows, this could be Morgana seeing a bit of herself in the girl, right? All the way up until here.
For surely you would not willingly repeat the same fate, if you knew of all the pain it had caused you to suffer thus far. Spend eternity with me, in the gentle embrace of darkness.
The maid extends her hand for you. Her fingers brushing up against yours were as cold as ever. But her breath tickled your skin pleasantly, and her sweet words rang into your ears, filling you with warmth. You thought back on your time with her in this mansion. She had indeed always treated you with great compassion, and nothing she said had ever seemed to be a lie. And so you pondered. What were you to do? Is this the end of the game? Hold on. Because imagine, apologies, but like, the house in Fata Morgana walkthrough. I'm just gonna like glance over the walk. Okay, we got time. There is a chapter 4. There is. I saw more chapters than chapter 4, and we finished chapter 4. Yeah, we got a key. Remember, yeah. The game just has to end if I accept her proposition, right? Hold on, we are making a save and we are locking it. Because I think accept and reject are going to end the game, but there's still more to be done. Might keep us going. I am morbidly curious. What happens if Giselle gives up? If both of these end the game, we're probably gonna come back to there's still more to do, and that'll end up being like where we leave the stream off as like the crazy ass cliffhanger. But man, she was absolutely right. You had seen an excess of tragedy. You had borne witness to far too much pain, and your spirit was deeply wounded by it. You could not possibly endure any further tragedy. And so, if she was offering you relief from all that, perhaps you should accept it. She had guided you this far, never letting go of your hand. And it was her presence that had allowed you to bear the bleak, disheartening, and wretched tale you saw. Did you really need anything other than her? If she said she wanted to be with you, then surely you were allowed to want the same. Grasp my hand, Master. Come, hold it tight. You gently wrap your fingers around the maid's cold hand. Never again to let go. Never again to remember. Never again to look back upon the past you might have had. The rare, treasured days of happiness. Or the bitter days filled with nothing but pain. Or the person you were supposed to find. But you were fine with that. There was no one to criticize you for averting your eyes from your pain and seizing the opportunity for happiness lying before you. You made the correct choice. Master. Master. Oh, thank goodness, you've awoken. I was getting worried for a moment. Wait. Are we at the start of the game? What you and she desired. What kind of herbal tea would you like to start your day with? I have some wonderful chamomile leaves if you'd like. Or perhaps your tastes have changed since we last met. Tell me, Master. I beg your pardon, I allowed myself to get too excited. But we get to be together forever after all. Free of the flow of time, nothing to endanger us or our lives. Just peace and serenity for the two of us. I will serve you forever and ever. Does that not sound wonderful, Master? That hurt to read. That fucking hurt to read after seeing what they went through. Ending 1, Prisoner of Illusion. What a game, man. What a fucking game. I mean, we're not done, but like... I think we're gonna have to end it there. We can come back and see the other ending where she probably gets mad at us. You know what? Yeah, we'll save that for next time. Because, of course, it's gotta have to be like, there's more to do. We have to find him. No matter how long it takes, we're gonna find Michelle. I mean, of course, the people we met along the way were nice, but that, like, eternal search. What a story. God, I wish this would make such an incredible anthology series. If someone were to adapt this into, like, an anime, into a movie series, into, like, anything. I want to share this with everyone. It's so good. Yeah, remember to listen to Cast Me a Spell. Yes, we will. We will, Archaeolus. Matter of fact, I'll probably hit play as soon as I hit my ending screen. But also first too, is there perhaps anyone to raid here at 11:30 p.m.? Oh, you know what? I haven't had a chance to ever really say hi to Kruka Gamer. Yeah, Eli just came on too. Yeah, but we already raided into him twice. Let's vary it up a little bit. I've like subscribed to Kruka for a little bit and watched like a few streams here and there. And I know I've seen him around in like in a couple of the Discords. So let's go ahead and show him some love. Yeah, real quick. Grabbing that link. And, oh, looks like I also see you in here too. The multi-stream master. Okay. Where is my stream though? I want to post in there. Go live. And post this link in the chat. So yeah, that's going to be it for us tonight. Make sure to show Kruka some love. As always, we are the... Oh, let me write out the raid message too. It's kind of sticking, right? Gaga raid, we run it down. I mean, it's not. And I think I've changed like the location of the emoji, but I don't know. I gotta find out a new name for my like myself. Much like Giselle, we too do not know our own name, so we just go by Mangaga because that's what we saw. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me. For everyone who stuck around, wow, I'm all over the place. For everyone who stuck around, for everyone who stopped by, thank you so much. Always appreciate the company. And as multiple raiders have said today, like and subscribe as it helps out immense. GG's. Thank you. Peace. What a chapter.